So what is money? Now, this might seem like a simple question. Why have a full section to answer one question? Well, in my opinion, since money impacts so many parts of our lives. I mean, we use it every day for everything. We work for it. We study to get a better job so we can make more of it. We chase it. We try to multiply it. We have falling outs with people because of it. One of the leading causes of divorce is money. One of the leading causes of stress is money. So shouldn't we give it some attention, explore it? I think so. So what is money exactly? And why has there been so many problems surrounding money recently? Now, if you haven't been living under a rock or if you have social media, you've probably seen videos like this one.
Find everything you need today?
Yeah.
Great, okay.
Oh, God. No.
Everything okay, ma'am?
It's just that you've only scanned a few items and it's already $60. I'm so scared.
Okay, I'm a trained professional, ma'am. I've scanned a lot of groceries. I need you to stay with me.
It's just that my in-laws are in town and they want a charcuterie board.
So we're not going to watch all of it, but you catch what I'm saying. These videos talking about inflation, how everything is more expensive. Why is everything more expensive? Why is our money losing value? Shouldn't it gain value with time? Aren't we more productive? Don't we make more of everything? What's the problem here? Now, when you watch a video like this, you might chuckle a little bit, send it to a friend, laugh about it, depending on your situation. Most people aren't laughing about it though. It's an actual issue. It's an actual issue. Now, you might have seen other videos that are less fun, like this one.
Millennials can't afford to buy houses. We got told if you went to school and you got a good job and you graduated, that you would be able to buy your dream home. We were sold this unachievable dream that if you work hard, that you get what you want. It seems like no matter how many hours you put in, you're getting nowhere. On top of that, we have student loan debt that we need to pay off. Can't afford a house. We're in debt. The pandemic hit and inflation and food prices increased. Everything is more expensive, but the wages are the same. Forget about health insurance. We can't afford that. We're basically working like we're in 2015, but we can't afford McDonald's now.
So these types of videos where Gen Zers are clearly stating the problem, that they're having a hard time just to get by. Some videos go viral where some of these young people are crying on camera, trying to say like, we can't afford just life. So what's the problem here? Why is everything becoming more expensive? And why are these videos falling on deaf ears? You might have seen responses like this.
Yeah, and it's always been that way. I've been doing this for 35 years, and there's always a group of people who say you can't do it. And so the system has to change, and they're a victim, and they're entitled. And, you know, TikTok gives them a voice, or Instagram gives them a voice, or whatever, but it's always been that way. And then there's a segment of them that just sucks. They're just awful. I mean, their participation trophy, they live in their mother's basement, and they can't figure out why they can't buy a house because they don't work. And so it's just this one segment of whiners on TikTok or something that pops up because they don't want to face the fact that they got to control the person in their mirror.
So true. You know, these young people that suck, they want to live and spend like they've worked and saved for 35 years, and it doesn't work that way.
Where you can clearly see that for the older generation, the consensus is the problem is young people. They're lazy. They don't want to put in the work like they did. And it has nothing to do with money itself. And you can see this type of mentality everywhere, where young individuals aren't being heard about what's happening with the costs of living that they're subjected to. We can watch another video here that clearly states that.
I mean, you did have to say.
We didn't have all this cost of coffees and things like that.
They go to work, they buy takeaway coffee, takeaway lunch and things like that.
More or less for young people, impossible.
You can go home and put the kettle on.
I used to take my own sandwiches and take a flask.
Cut down on takeaways a week, how much they would save.
So it seems that this generation believes that the younger generation is having such a hard time because they drink too much coffee. It's the Starbucks. They're lazy. But when you ask the older generation about their costs of living at the time, this is what you'll get as an answer.
Ask how much you paid for your first deposit.
£50.
How much did the house cost in total?
8,000.
£8,000.
Yeah.
About 10,000.
I paid £3,000 for my first house.
Well,
So you can see that there's a little bit of a dissonance here. The costs of living 50 years ago are not the same as today. Everything is more expensive now, and that's when you take into account salaries. So buying a home when it's 2 times your average yearly salary isn't the same thing as buying a home now. So what happened? Why is our money losing value? Aren't we in the future? 50 years ago, one member of the family could work, and that would be enough for the whole family. Nowadays, two individuals in a family working, and that's barely enough to get by. So what is happening? Aren't we in the future? Aren't we supposed to work 3-4 days a week now and be able to have as much things as we used to? These are all questions we're exploring. So when you ask somebody what money is, we get back to it. What is money? Which is the purpose of this first section. By the end of this first section, our objective is to be able to answer in one simple sentence, what is money? Now, if you ask somebody today, what is money? They'll tell you this. Government issued paper currency. Requires a lot of work for us to get by, but requires absolutely no work to produce. Now, this form of money here has only existed for the last 53 years. And when I say this form of money, I mean completely non-backed government-issued paper currency. Only 53 years, which is a very short time on the timeline of money. Because we've used money since forever. We've used money before we learned how to write. We actually learned to write because of money. So that's a very long time that money technology has existed. But this form of money has only existed for 53 years, a very short time. So what we're living through right now is in some way an experiment. And we're seeing the results of this experiment now. What are the impacts of this form of money on us, on society, on humanity? Is this the best form of money for us to use, or is there a better form of money out there? We're going to be exploring all of these questions, but let's start off at the basics. What is even money? A great way to learn about something is by studying its history. Now, luckily for us, the history of money is long. Lots of different things have been used as money throughout history. From clay tablets, which are like big stones where individuals wrote on them values. You can view this as a kind of ledger in a way. In the same way that banks today keep a ledger on their server of how much money you have, it's the same thing. So this existed a long time ago. And this is actually how we learned how to write, to account for different values and transactions. We learned to write because of money. That's how important money is. Now, after that, we've used other things like cowrie shells. So these small physical things actually where you can put them in your pocket and use them to pay and transact. Cowrie shells were used as money for a long time. To other things, rice stones were used as money, salt, wheat, glass beads in Africa were used as money. Silver and gold, you've known about these because those lasted for a very long time, right? Coins made of silver and gold. Representative money, so paper that was backed up by silver and gold. All these things were used as money, amongst other things. There's other things as well. But we're going to study a few of these through the course, not all of them, because otherwise the course would be too long. But studying these is going to give us an understanding of, well, what makes something money? Why would one thing become money and another thing not become money? And that's going to help us understand what is money. Now, if we look at all of these, what's one thing they have in common? Well, what they have in common is they've all died as a form of money. None of them exists as money today anymore. I can't walk into a store, pull out some cowrie shells from my pocket, and buy a can of Coke. I can't do that. Nobody accepts cowrie shells as money anymore. Even gold. Gold has a lot of value, but try to walk into a clothing store with a gold coin and try to pay with it. Not accepted as money anymore. They've all died as a form of money. Now, looking at these and understanding why money is born and why money dies helps us understand what makes money money. But it also serves a better purpose. Studying the history serves one more purpose. Because when you look at money this way, and you realize that, hey, at one point we used clay tablets as money. Then we started using some physical things like cowrie shells, rice stones, wheat, salt, glass beads, some different commodities. And then we started using gold and silver and coins made of gold and silver. And then we transitioned and we started using representative money, which is paper that's backed up by gold and silver. And then we transitioned and now we're using this government issued paper currency that isn't backed up by anything. So only 53 years at the time of making this course that we've had this form of money, completely non-backed money. So when you look at it this way, what you come to realize is that money iterates, right? And maybe there's going to be another iteration. Looking at this from above gives us perspective and an understanding that money, like everything else, isn't eternal. It iterates. Now, when is it going to iterate? Is it this year, next year, 100 years, or 1,000 years from now? Is a different question. But we can see that it iterates. Now, it seems that at this moment, we have a kind of fork in the road. There are two types of money that are being proposed. One, which we're talking about in the later half of this course. And another one, which we're going to be covering as well, is being proposed, which is maybe an evolution of this one. So there's this fork in the road where two monies are proposed, and it seems that one of them is going to be the next iteration of money. Now, we never know, but this is the questions we're exploring in this course. Now, looking at it this way, you know what else we understand? Is that whatever ends up happening here, there's going to be another money after that too. There's no money that's going to be eternal. We always iterate. Now, looking at things this way is actually good for us, because when you realize that no money is eternal, then you don't have an attachment for any form of money. You can look at things more rationally. Because at the end of the day, if there is a transition, you want to be able to position yourself for it. You don't want any attachment to any money. For example, if you were somebody who was using cowrie shells back in the days, and you've only known people who used cowrie shells, your parents, your grandparents, everybody you've ever known has used cowrie shells, and all of a sudden some people come in and start using gold, you might have been reluctant to transition to this new form of money. Because for you, how can gold be money? It wouldn't make any sense. Gold? What is that? Why would somebody use gold? And you don't want to be in that position, because if the transition actually happens and you are reluctant or you're hard-headed into transitioning or getting a little bit of gold, and you only want to hold your cowrie shells, and then nobody uses cowrie shells anymore and they lose all their value, then you lost that value with them. So here we want to be in a position where we can study different forms of money, have a better perspective on money in case that transition happens, to be able to make rational decisions. Now, here's a nice video to illustrate this lecture right here.
Redskins, dodo heads, tepid lemonade. Get out of it. Redskins, dodo heads, tepid lemonade.
Hey, mate. I'll take 5 of your Redskins and one of those tepid lemonades.
It's one chicken, mate. It's not a chicken.
No, that's much better than a chicken, my friend. That is gold.
What?
Gold. The currency of the future.
Great, come back in the future. Redskins,
No, mate, I don't think you understand. This has unlimited use.
Can I eat it?
No.
Can I wear it?
No.
Can I use it as firewood?
No.
It's starting to sound pretty limited, mate.
But you can melt it and then turn it into whatever you want.
Can I turn it into food?
No, you can't eat it.
Is this going to take long?
Hold on your horses, mate. We are dealing in futures here.
Oh, what's that? Is that a rock?
No, worse, it's cold.
Oh, cold. How do I get some cold?
Gold. I have people mining for it.
Oh, you have people. La-dee-da. We've got a rich one here, eh? What do you pay them with?
Gold.
Next.
No, they say that this currency could be worth 1,000 Ratskins, maybe even more, in just a few years.
Says who?
The people with gold.
Next.
Look, every economy ever has been controlled by the big chicken banks.
Next.
And this is our opportunity to get out from under the big chicken boot, shake up the market, and start taking back our economic independence. Are you with me?
No.
Really? Come on, man. Look, all my mates are doing it.
I'll just get your hand off it, all right? Everyone's trying to predict the next alt rock. First it was stone, then bronze, then iron, now gold. What can I even do with this shiny shit? Make jewellery out of it or something?
Yes, you can do that. Great idea, because it's malleable. And best part of all, there's all of it. It's a finite resource.
Mate, I'll tell you what a finite resource is. My patience, right? Now, piss off!
You know what? Stuff it. I'm taking it back. That's like talking to my dad.
Yeah. Why don't you go discover avocado and smash it on toast?
Maybe I will.
Sorry, mate.
I'll have a dodo head, thanks.
Half a chicken. Piss on me, not you two.
Oh, no. This is way better than gold. It's silver, or as I like to call it, light gold cash. It's faster to mine. It's...
Got to be the last one, surely.
Now, in our attempt to answer this big question of what is money, we're going to have to look at money from a few different perspectives. Because remember, our objective in this section is being able to answer the question of what is money in one simple sentence. And we're going to be able to do that. But before that, we're going to have to answer a few more questions to be able to get there. First of all, we want to ask, well, what does money even solve for? And by understanding what money solves for, we can ask, well, then what makes a better form of money? Then we're going to look at characteristics and properties of money. And once we understand all of this, then we can answer the question of what money is. Now, what I'd like you to do is try and answer a few of these questions yourself. Try and answer these three questions. So what does money solve for? What makes for a better form of money? And what is money? You don't need to answer characteristics and properties because you might not know what those are exactly. But if you can attempt to answer these other three questions, I think you'll gain way more from the following lectures. So if you can take a minute to do so, and then compare your answers to what we're going to see in the next few lectures. So to help us answer the first question of what does money solve for, a very useful exercise we can do is imagine a world where there is no money. In that world, we would be using a barter system of exchange. So what barter is a system of exchange where you exchange a good or service directly for another good or service. So we're not exchanging a good or service for money and then money for another good or service. We're exchanging good or service directly for good or service. So there is no money. That's what barter is. Now, how prevalent barter was is another topic, but it's the first thing usually explained in economic textbooks, and it helps understand what life would be without money, or what money solves for, really. So in that type of system, this is what you'd have. Two people who want to transact. Let's say you have some arrows and you want some chicken. You find somebody who has chicken, and you guys transact. He gets your arrows, you get the chicken, boom, both of you are happy. So there's some great things here, right? Well, first of all, instant settlement. You guys transacted, done. You don't need to see anybody. Again, you don't owe anything to anyone. There is no counterparty risk. Instant settlement, done. So that's great. But it's not all great with barter. Because what happens if you wanted the chicken, but this guy doesn't want your arrows? He doesn't need them. This is what we call the double coincidence of wants. You have to have something that somebody wants, and that person also at the same time has to have something that you want of equivalent value, which is kind of, not easy for this to happen. It's not something that's common. So what happens if this person doesn't want your arrows? Well, you gotta figure out what does he want. Okay, he wants some apples. You gotta find somebody who has apples. So here you can't transact. You go around and you find this person. Now, this person who has apples doesn't want your arrows. So then you gotta keep looking until you find the person who has apples, who wants your arrows, and then you can transact with that person. And once you're done transacting, you go back to the guy who has the chicken, tell him, hey, I have the apple. You hope he didn't sell his chicken already and he still wants apples. And if he does, then you guys can transact. Now, in this situation, this was a 3-people transaction. Now, maybe the person that, had apples didn't want your arrows, and you couldn't find any person who has apples who wanted your arrows. Maybe somebody wanted shovels because, they work, they farm. So then you would have to find somebody who has shovels, who wants your arrows, and it would be a 4-people transaction. And you can imagine how crazy this would be the more people there are and the more products there are. It becomes unmanageable. So barter is extremely hard, especially in a growing society. So it's not very efficient. Imagine spending more than half your day trying to exchange every time you want a good or service. So barter has too many problems. First of all is the one we just talked about, which is the double coincidence of wants. But that's not all. There's also a lack of common measuring value. How many arrows for an apple? How many arrows for a shoe? How many arrows for a chair? What's the exchange rate between everything? It's a little bit hard to do compared to what we have now. If we're using dollars, we know everything in dollars. So we don't need to compare what's the price of an apple in terms of oranges. We can compare everything in terms of dollars, and thus we can compare all of them. So the the lack of common measuring value is a problem of barter as well. There's also the lack of divisibility. If you make shoes and you want an apple, well, can you just trade half a shoe? Not really. So again, another problem with trading goods and services directly for goods and services. And then the lack of store of value. If you have apples, well, you got to exchange them right away because they're going to go bad. It's a perishable good. So all of these problems here are related to barter. And you can really see already that money solves for all of these. So in the next lecture, what we're going to answer is, what does money really solve for? So what does money solve for? In the previous lecture, we looked at barter. We looked at how life would look like without money. But under the barter system, what were people trying to do at the end of the day? They were trying to exchange value for value, a good or service for another good or service. So they're trying to move value. And that's what money solves for. It enables us to move that value, which is hard to do if we're exchanging good or service for good or service. Because for us to do that properly under a barter system, we both need to have what the other person wants. We both need to have the exact quantities for it to be a fair value and be at the same place and location as one another. But when does that happen? So we're trying to exchange value across three different spaces. Across time, across space, and across scale. Now let me explain. When you're moving value or a good or service or your surplus, because at the end of the day, when you're trading something, you're trading your surplus, right? The person trading arrows, he's trading the extra arrows that he's not going to use himself. The person trading the apples is only trading the apples that they're not consuming themselves. The person trading hours of work are trading the hours of work that they're not using for themselves. So it's always surplus. So when you're trading a good or service for another good or when you're just trading a good or service, you're trading this value for somebody else's equivalent value. You're trading it across these three spaces. Now, let's have a real life example today. If I'm working at McDonald's, for example, when I get paid in money. I don't get paid in Big Macs because I'm at McDonald's, I get paid in money. So I can then move and spend that money anywhere else. I can move that value in space. I don't need to spend it right where I am. I can go next door. I can go across the country and spend it. So I can move this value in space. Now, I also don't need to spend it right away. I can spend it tomorrow. I can spend it next week. I can spend it next year. So I can move this value in time as well. I can spend it whenever I want because it's my money. Nobody can tell me it's my property. So I can spend it where I want to and when I want to. Now I also don't need to spend all of it, right? I can spend just, $5 because I want to get something small, or I can add it up with other monies that I have accumulated and buy something bigger. So I can also move the value in scale. This is what money solves for. And you can imagine the difference between a barter system and money. In a barter system, it's hard to move value in space, depending on what you have. It's hard to move it in time because something might just go bad. It's hard to move value in scale. If you have a shoe, you can't cut it in half and just exchange half of it. Money solves all of these issues. So instead of going around and trying to find somebody who has the same thing in the same location at the same time, in the same proportion, which you would be doing in barter, you can just exchange for money with anybody. And all that time savings that you're having, you can spend them on being more productive in what you're doing. So the person making arrows can just make more arrows instead of wasting their time trying to transact. And the person making apples, also the same thing. So you would make more arrows, the person would make more apples, everybody would make more of everything, and we would all just be richer. Money solves for that. Money is great. It solves for all of these things. It solves for moving value across time, across space, and across scale. So if money solves for moving value in time, in space, and in scale, then what makes for the best form of money? Well, that's easy. It's the money that moves the best in time, in space, and in scale. If that's what I'm trying to solve for, then I would want the money that's best at doing those. So let me explain. Here we're going to be looking at a concept called salability. This concept comes from the economic school of thought. And it's a concept we're often going to be coming back to throughout this course, so it's important that we explain it correctly here. What is salability? So salability is how well something can be sold while incurring very little loss, while maintaining the most of its value. So salability is going to be on a scale. So something can be more saleable or something can be less saleable. And it can be on different planes. So we can look at salability across time. And if we look at salability across time, let's imagine we want to use oranges as money. Are oranges time saleable? Not really. They would be low on the salability scale of time. Why? Because they go bad. They don't preserve their value across time. If I want to use them today or tomorrow, that's great. Next week. But if I want to use them in 2 months, they would have gone bad. They're a perishable good. So they're not going to keep their value across time. They're going to shed. And we don't want that. If one of our objectives is to move value in time, then we want the money that preserves its value in time. So if I'm using gold, for example, gold keeps its value in time. You can keep a piece of gold in your closet for 100 years. It'll still be the same piece of gold. I can keep a piece of gold in my closet for 10,000 years. Come back, check up on it. It's going to be the same piece of gold. It's not going to shed. It's not going to lose any of its value. And that's important. So the best money between these two, gold would be a better money because it keeps its value across time. And I want to solve for moving value in time. So it's the thing that loses the least amount of value across one of these spaces. Here we're talking about time. Now, if you have a hard time with the word salability, you can use navigability. How well something navigates in time. Do oranges navigate well in time? No. Does gold navigate well in time? Yes. So it's really the same thing. So if we're looking at another space, let's say salability in space. So how well does a product move in space? For example, if we use chickens, can we use chickens as money? Are chickens space saleable? Well, let's think about it. I want to buy something with a chicken. What am I going to do? Put a chicken in my pocket? Hard to transport a chicken. If I want to buy something with 10 chickens, how am I even going to do that? So chickens are not very space saleable. There's costs involved in moving them. So there's value lost in that transaction, in that movement. If I want to use cowrie shells as money, well, cowrie shells are pretty small. Can put them in my pocket. Can make a necklace out of them and walk around with them. So that's pretty space saleable. Very little loss or cost in that movement. You know, if you're transacting and you're sending money to somebody that's far away, and you're incurring a lot of costs, there's a big fee to transact, that's not space saleable. You want the money with the least amount of loss as you're moving it in space, right? So you want the one that's highest on the salability scale because you want to be able to move it in time and in space with the least amount of loss possible. Also in scale, imagine we're using cows as money. Can we do that? Not really. If I want to buy something small, can I cut a piece of the cow up and just use that to transact? Doesn't work. So it's not very scale saleable. On the other hand, gold, very scale saleable. I can cut a piece of gold at room temperature with just any household goods items. It's very easy to do. So here gold would be very scale saleable. And that's what we would want from money. We want the money that's the highest on the salability scale, because that's what we were trying to solve for. So if we take a look here at the relationship between what money solves for and what is the best form of money, we can see the link. If we want to move, if one of our objectives is to move value in time, then we want the money that is the most time saleable. If one of our objectives is to move value in space, then we want the money that is the most space saleable. And if we want to be able to move value in scale, then we would want the money that is the most scale saleable. So here we figured out two things already. We figured out what money solves for, and because of that, we figured out what would make the best form of money for us to use. So having gone over salability and understanding that the best form of money is the one that's the most saleable across time, space, and scale, we can now turn our attention to properties and characteristics of money. So what are characteristics and properties? Well, characteristics is how we view something. Properties is how something is. For example, a characteristic of gold is that it's shiny. So we view it as being shiny. But that's subjective. It's up for debate, right? And it's relative to other things. Maybe you find something that's more shiny, and we stop viewing gold as being shiny. Now, a property of gold, on the other hand, would be something like it melts at 1064 degrees Celsius. That's a property. It's quantifiable. It's undeniable. It's not up for debate. It's what it is. So here, that's the difference between properties and characteristics. So if we look at characteristics first, what would be a characteristic of money that we would want? Well, let's start here. If we want a money that solves for moving value in time, and thus we want one that's the most time saleable, that loses the least amount of value when being moved in time, has the least amount of friction, then we would want a money that we view as being a good store of value. We wouldn't want to use a money that doesn't store its value, because that's what we want from money. So we need to view it as being a good store of value. Otherwise, we wouldn't even consider it as being money. Now, we also need to view it as being a good medium of exchange, because we want to be able to move our value in space with the least amount of loss. So if it's not a medium of exchange and nobody's accepting, it's not widely accepted, there's going to be losses in transacting with it, and we don't want that. So we want to view it as a good medium of exchange. That's so something that everybody's going to accept. We also want to view it as a good unit of account. We want to be able to account for things in it and spend the exact amount for that thing, because it's one of the things we want to solve for is moving value in scale with the least amount of loss. So we want to view money, or we want the money that we view as having these characteristics, as being a good store of value, as being a good medium of exchange, and as being a good unit of account. Now, if you go on Google and you just write, what is money? You just search for what is money. You'll often get, you'll get the characteristics of money. So let's take a look at this one, International Monetary Fund. To put it different way, money is something that holds its value over time. So that's store of value, can be easily translated into price. So that's unit of account, and is widely accepted. So that's medium of exchange. So often when you are searching for what is money, you get the characteristics of money. Now, we're going to learn that that's not exactly what money is. We haven't answered our question yet of what is money. But often when you search for what is money, you're going to get the characteristics. But that's how we view money. That's how money functions in a way. It's not exactly what it is. So how do we view money as being a good store of value, a good medium of exchange, and as a unit of account? Well, we view it because of its properties. We view it that way because of its properties. So let's get into properties. What are properties then? Well, if we want to view something as being a good store of value, then it needs to have a property of being durable. For example, if let's say we want to use blueberries as money, blueberries aren't durable. I don't know for you, but blueberries in my fridge, 1 week tops, then they go bad. So it's not durable. It wouldn't store value. On the other hand, a diamond, that's pretty durable. Diamonds last forever, right? So that would store value. So the characteristics are derived from the properties. Something needs to have specific properties for us to view it that way. Like we would never view blueberries to store value. You couldn't pay me enough to believe that. It's just impossible. But being durable isn't enough. Being physically hard and not shedding and not losing, not shedding or not losing any value physically isn't enough. It also has to require work to produce more of. Because if you can create diamonds out of thin air, it doesn't matter how durable it is. There's going to be so many diamonds that it's not going to hold its value. It's not going to store value. So it also requires, more importantly, it requires to require work to produce more of. It has to require a lot of work to produce more of. If you can create some of it with no work, then it's not going to store value because you will be able to create an infinite amount of, or a huge amount of that, it's not going to store value. So these are properties that are required for these characteristics. Now, if we look at a medium of exchange, well, it needs the property of being portable. Can I put it in my pocket? If I can't, then it's not really portable and it's going to be hard to be a good medium of exchange. It also needs to have the property of being verifiable. Or auditable in a way. Can I know for sure that what I'm getting is a legit unit? It's not fake. For example, cowrie shells. You couldn't falsify cowrie shells at the time. So when somebody paid you in a cowrie shell, you knew it's a real one. It's a real cowrie shell. It's not a fake. So these are important properties for us to derive these characteristics. We wouldn't see something as a good medium of exchange if we can't transport it easily and verify that it's authentic easily. Now, for being a unit of account, we would want something that's fungible. For example, if I'm looking at money and I take a $20 bill and another $20 bill, these two $20 bills are fungible. They're the same. I don't care if I get this one or I get this one. It's the same thing. But if this one was a little bit different than this one and they had different values, they wouldn't be fungible. And then I wouldn't value this one as much as this. And I would have to calculate values. I wouldn't be able to calculate everything in a dollar unit because every dollar unit is different than another one. So it would have to be fungible for us to view it as a good unit of account. It would also have to be divisible. If we can't divide it up and spend only portions, then it's going to be hard to account for things in it, especially if it's large. So these are properties from which these characteristics are derived. So if we come back here and we look at our chart and we add the characteristics here, and then we add the properties, what we come to realize is everything is derived from the properties. If we have something that requires a lot of work to produce, so it's scarce, it's not plentiful, there's a limited amount, it requires a lot of work to produce, and it's durable, then we're going to view it as a good store of value. If something is portable and is verifiable / auditable, then we're going to view it as a good medium of exchange. If something is divisible and fungible, we're going to view it as a good unit of account. So when we talk about what's the best form of money, well, it's really the one that has the best properties. So how does money even come into existence? Because we've learned so much about money now. We've learned what money solves for, what makes the best form of money, the characteristics and properties of money. But how does it come into existence? Historically, did people sit around a fire, look around them at all the different items, and looked at all the properties and had a chart like this and tried to figure out, well, which one of these items is going to be the best form of money? No, never happened that way. Money always emerged naturally. And for money to emerge, well, it had to have these characteristics in a way. But it always happened in a specific direction. So the first and most important characteristic for it to have is being a store of value. So it starts off here. If something isn't viewed as being a good store of value, it wouldn't even have a chance to be considered as money or become money. Because why would you take anything as payment that doesn't store value? You wouldn't even want it. Why would you want something that doesn't hold value? You would never want that. And for something to store value, well, we know that it needs to require work to produce and be durable. So, for example, if you are somebody who accepted a cowrie shell, you would accept a cowrie shell because you know it stores value at that time. Why? Well, because it requires a lot of work to produce more of. Because why would you take a cowrie shell if you can just walk a few feet and find some on the floor? If it's just plentifully available, you wouldn't accept that. You want to make sure that this thing, or you know that to get more of this thing requires a lot of work. And that was the case. If you wanted more cowrie shells, you would have to trek a long distance because you're very far from the coast. Wait until the water becomes shallow, go in the water, and maybe you're going to find a few shells. So it wasn't easy. It required a lot of work to increase the supply, to get a few shells. So in that environment, you viewed cowrie shells as being a good store of value because they required a lot of work to produce, and they're durable. So if somebody had a shell, you are likely to accept it because you view it as a good store of value. Now, as more people accept it and hold it to store value, trade things for it, it then becomes a medium of exchange because it just gains this network effect where more people are accepting it, more people have it, and more people start transacting with one another with it. And once enough people start transacting with it, because again, it's portable, it's verifiable, so it has these properties, then people start using it as a unit of account, and they start to account for different things in that unit. So you can see that it always moves in that direction. So money comes into existence always by first being a good store of value, then becoming a medium of exchange, then becoming a unit of account. And this comes from its properties. So the item that has the best properties to be the most saleable money emerges naturally and always in that direction. So let's take a look at a few historical examples of money and how they relate to these properties. So if we look at cowrie shells, we've talked about cowrie shells. The first property we want to look at is requiring work. So cowrie shells required work to produce. It wasn't easy to produce. And you got to think about it. Let's say you're making arrows and you're living either on the west coast of Africa, in Asia, or northern Australia, where cowrie shells were used at the time. And you made a specific quantity of arrows, 8 arrows, for example, and it took you the whole day to produce. Now somebody came and told you, hey, I'm going to give you 2 cowrie shells for these arrows. Would you accept that as payment? Well, it depends. It depends how much work is required to produce them. If you could walk 2 hours to get some cowrie shells, then you wouldn't take them because you worked all day. You worked 8 hours to make your arrows. Why would you exchange them for something that would take you only 2 hours to produce? You wouldn't do that because it requires less work for you to get cowrie shells than the item that you're exchanging them for. So you would never want to accept a form of money that doesn't require work to produce. That's plentiful. If you can just walk down the street and there's a bunch of shells on the floor, then why would you accept them as payment? So you always have to view something as requiring as much work as the thing that you're exchanging them for to produce. So in the situation of cowrie shells, if somebody offered you cowrie shells for something, you knew that if you wanted to get cowrie shells yourself, you would have had to walk long distances. You would have had to trek because you're far away from the coast. And then when you got to the coast, you would have to wait until the water is shallow. You would have to go in the water, and maybe you'll only find a few shells, and maybe you won't. So it's really hard to produce more shells, and that's why you would accept them as payment. So it's scarce. They're also durable. So that's an important property as well. They're portable. You can put them in your pocket, walk around with them. If you actually Google cowrie shells, you'll see that they're often even attached into necklaces, right? So it would look like this. And up to today, a lot of, let's Google cowrie shells fashion. The fact that it was used as money still lingers to today. Still today, people wear them as necklaces or have them in parts of their clothing. Even sayings like shell out the money, shell it out, that comes from the time that shells were used as money, because they were used as money for a long time. Shells were money. You wouldn't think that today though, because it's so far off in history. Now, shells were also verifiable. So if you get a shell, you knew it was a real shell. There wasn't the technology to fake shells at the time. Now, they weren't divisible or fungible though. You couldn't cut a shell in half. And one shell isn't exactly the same as another shell. So one thing you'll notice here is that something doesn't need to have all the properties. It just needs to have most of them. and it needs the ones that are the most important that we talked about for that fill the characteristics of being a good store of value. So these are the most important one, requiring work. It goes from that direction. Now, in this situation, it doesn't need to be divisible or fungible because, well, first of all, it's small enough that you can use it for small items. So you don't really need to divide it. And people, what they would do is they would put them on a string and they would measure the length of the shells they had. For example, if you wanted to buy something, somebody might tell you, I want this length of shells. Not a quantity of shells, but a length. So you would put them on a string, and if it's this length, well, that's the value. So in this situation, it didn't need to have these properties. So really, people use the best money available, but there's never like a perfect money. It's just the best one that you can find is the one that people end up using. Now, in Africa, people use glass beads. And it's the same thing, requires a lot of work to produce more of, because the technology to produce glass at the time and in that location only permitted for a specific quantity to be produced, and it had a high cost to produce more of. Durable, portable, verifiable, so same thing as cowrie shells. Not divisible or fungible, but in the same thing as cowrie shell, didn't need to be because they're small enough that you can use them for small items that you didn't need to divide them really. Now, if you look at silver and gold, for example, which these are two items or commodities that have been used as money for a very long time. These two items had even better properties or fulfilled these properties better than cowrie shells and glass beads and other forms of money. And that's why they won over these other forms of money for so long. For example, gold and silver, they required way more work to produce more of, so they're very scarce. So it's hard to extract gold and silver from the ground, and there's only small amounts that are economical to extract at any time. So it's harder to produce gold and silver than glass beads or than cowrie shells. So it's a better form of money, solely because of that, because you would want the best money, the one that stores value the best, and this would store value the best because it's harder to produce more of. Now, there's a lot of gold and silver in the ground, but that aren't economical to extract. So, for example, if there's a gold depot somewhere where there's 20 ounces of gold, but it's going to cost you 25 ounces to extract, then you're not going to extract them. If you have to pay people and hire people and get equipment to go extract that gold, and it's going to cost you more than there is, you're not going to extract them. So there's only a little bit that's viable to extract every year. So it makes for good money because it requires a lot of work to extract more of. It's also very durable, so it doesn't corrode. It maintains its quality over time. Better than any of these things. Like, you can leave gold and silver forever. It's still going to be the same thing. It's divisible, so you can divide them in smaller units. So you can see that they fulfill the properties better. It's portable. Very small amounts are worth a lot. So it's very easy to transport large values. But at the same time, we said it's divisible. So even if you want a small amount, you just cut it into smaller pieces. It's fungible. So each unit is consistent, can be minted into coins of consistent purity and weight. So gold is gold, and you can mint the gold into coins. So a goldsmith can take a piece of gold, mint it, put their name on it, and says this gold is 31 grams of gold, and it's 22 carats of purity. So it becomes completely fungible that way. And it's verifiable. You can test the purity and weight or trust the mint stamp. So you can take a piece of gold and weigh it and check how pure it is. Or if it's minted by a goldsmith or even by a government that put their name on it and says, this is 31 grams, 99 point whatever percentage purity, then you would trust that. So you can verify it by trusting it or by testing it yourself. And it's fungible because if you have them minted, they're the same value. So gold and silver actually fulfilled these properties of money the best. But you also realize that often something doesn't fulfill all the properties. It's just the best thing that people have is what they're going to use. Money doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be the best that's available. But one thing you might have realized out of these properties, that the most important one is that it requires work to produce. So we can look at more recent examples of situations where money emerges in an economy. For example, in prison. Wherever people are, wherever people want to transact, they want to use something as money for the reasons that we've talked about up until now. So in prisons, one form of currency is cigarettes. So people use cigarettes to transact. Why? Well, because it fulfills a lot of these properties. First, it requires a lot of work to produce. Now, smuggling in cigarettes in prison is probably not easy. It requires work. So it has value. Now, is it really durable? Medium, not too bad. Portable, yeah. Verifiable, I guess. Not really divisible. Probably fungible. Maybe there's different brands that have different values. But the most important is requiring work. And again, here you'll see that wherever there's an economy, wherever people want to trade, they're going to need to use something as money. And they're going to use the best thing that's available to them. Now, would they prefer to use gold? Sure, because gold fulfills these properties better. But they don't have access to gold. So they'll just use the next best thing that's available for them. Nobody forces them to use this. It emerges naturally. In the same way that shells emerge naturally, or glass beads, or gold. Nobody forced anybody to use them. There was no central shell bank that forced its usage. People chose to use it. People chose to use it because it has these properties. Now in prison, they've also used ramen noodles. So these are two types of forms of money that you can find in prison. And again, for these specific reasons, requires work. These are okay durable, I guess. Okay portable, verifiable, not really divisible. Probably maybe different flavors have different values. But you catch what I'm saying, right? Any economy, anywhere where people want to transact, a form of money will emerge. And you can read a lot of articles about prison economies. It's very interesting. But yeah, that's it. As humans, we need money, and we're always going to choose the best form of money that's available to us wherever we are. So another example of money that we're going to look at is the money used in a game called Diablo 2. Now, I think this is going to be one of the most interesting examples we're going to look at. Now, the first time I saw Diablo 2 money being used to explain actual money was in Lynn Alden's book, Broken Money. Highly recommended book. Must read, by the way. Now, on the top of books, at the end of this course, I'm going to have a lecture where I have a list of recommended readings and recommended books. This one is definitely going to be on that list. So, Diablo 2 money. Why that resonated with me a lot? Because I used to play this game obsessively when I was young. So Diablo 2 is a game that came out in the year 2000. So when I was 13, 14, I would play this game every day. I was a gamer before I turned 18. And I used the money that was used in Diablo 2. And there's a lot of things we're going to learn from that money being used in a game. Well, first of all, in this game, the developers had created a specific form of money, which was like gold coins. Now, these gold coins didn't have really good properties. So let me show you a few videos of the game so you know what we're talking about. This is the game. So you start off and you select a character. There's a bunch of characters. You can choose the Amazon, Assassin, Necromancer, Barbarian, Paladin, and Sorcerer. This is the one that I used to play with the most. I love this one. And when you have a character, each character has different items they can use. For example, if you're the Barbarian, you can wield a two-handed axe. But if you're a Paladin, you can have a shield and a sword. If you're a Sorcerer, you can have a staff. I think the Assassin can use bows. So different classes can use different items. And when you play the game, you're just running around, killing minions, killing bosses. And when you kill these enemies, they drop things. They could drop gold or they could drop items. Now, since different, and let me take this off, we're not going to watch too much of it. Since different characters can use different items, there's an economy. you might want a specific axe or a specific shield or a specific staff that you don't have and somebody else have. So you would want to trade with one another. So there's an economy there. And this was one of the most sold games at the time. And there was a vibrant economy and a lot of people played that game. So they couldn't use the money that the developers proposed because the developer had coded a specific form of money, gold coins. But those gold coins were no good. They didn't fulfill these properties. They didn't require work to produce. For example, when you leveled up and when you were at a high level, when you killed minions or bosses, you would get so many of these gold coins that you could get the maximum amount carryable very quickly, very easily. So it didn't have any value. So people didn't use them to trade. And people weren't going to barter because we know how bartering is hard. So people found something to use as money. And what they ended up using as money was the Stone of Jordan, which was a small ring. Now, why did they end up using that? Well, because it fulfilled these properties the best. First, it required a lot of work to produce. Now here, let me say, when I say require a lot of work to produce, I'm not saying scarce. Because it's not scarce. This is a digital item. There's an infinite amount of it. Let me explain. How do you find a Stone of Jordan? So you'd have to play the game until one of the minions or bosses drops it. So there was a website we could use to figure out who has the best drop rate for this ring. And there was a boss called Andariel. And you would have to beat them at level Nightmare to have the highest probabilities of finding it. So what we would do as players is we would farm this boss. You take a sorcerer, you would teleport to this boss and just kill them. And you keep doing that until they dropped that ring. That's how you produced that ring. You acquired it. Now, notice that I called it farming. Gamers call this farming, which is very similar to mining. So that's how you acquire a Stone of Jordan ring. And how much time did it take you to acquire one? When I used to play, it took about 40 hours to find one. So I would have to repeatedly kill this boss for about 40 hours until I would get one. And a lot of people did that. I know it seems weird as an adult talking about this, but even in today's games, that's how rare items work. You have to play a lot to find one of those rare items. So it required a lot of work to produce. It wasn't scarce because you can find an infinite amount of them. If you keep playing the game and everybody's killing this boss, there's just going to be more and more and more and more of this item. Nothing is really absolutely scarce in life, right? It just requires a lot of work to produce. Even when you think about something like, let's say, gold. Do you guys know that there's, let's write here, gold asteroids. There's an asteroid. Here, you can read it on Forbes. Or here, there's an asteroid that has gold worth 700 quintillion. So if we got all the gold from this asteroid, if we did asteroid mining, each person on planet Earth would have 93 billion worth of gold. Obviously, that would be so much gold that gold wouldn't be worth that. But this is just to prove the point that there is nothing that is absolutely scarce. There's an infinite amount of everything in the universe. Everything that you see on the elemental table is something that exists in the universe infinitely. So for gold, for example, the amount of gold just on Earth that is still in the Earth crust is so much, like you would not believe how much there is, especially if you go deeper in the Earth crust. And we haven't gotten that gold because the work required to get it is too high that it's not worth getting. But even if we exhaust all the gold on Earth, we could, go and get gold from asteroids. But again, only if the work required to get it is worth it. Right now, it isn't. So nothing is really scarce. It's just the work required to produce it that is too high. So when we're looking at something that's digital, and this is why this example is interesting as well, because now we're talking about something digital, like the money we use today, which is 90% digital, or other things we're going to talk about. So when something is digital, you can create as much of it as you want. But here, it's the requiring work that we're looking at. So even though there's an infinite amount of it, getting that amount requires a lot of work. So for example, if I'm a sorcerer and I want a specific staff, and somebody tells me, okay, well, that staff costs 3 sojas, so 3 Stone of Jordans. I'm going to have to make a calculation. Do I play the game and try to find the staff? kill bosses to find the staff, or do I go and I kill Andariel for about 120 hours until I get 3 Stones of Jordans, and I go and I trade those Stones of Jordans for that staff? Or I trade other items that I have for Stones of Jordan, and then those Stones of Jordan for the staff. I'd have to make that calculation. So this is one of the reasons this item became money, because it required a lot of work to produce. But not only that, while it's durable like everything else, it's very portable. So if you look at the game again, there's inventory. So you can hold things in your inventory. Let's see if we can find this here. Okay, so you can have your helmet, you can have armor, you can have an axe, and this is the ring. It doesn't take a lot of space. It only takes 1 unit of space. Compared to, like, let's say a sword, which can take 3, the axes can take 8 space units. So it takes only 1, the smallest amount. So it's very portable. You can keep it in your pockets. Now, other things are small too, like potions, but they have no value. So it's both requires a lot of work, so maintains value, and portable, verifiable. You know what it is. It's not divisible, but again, doesn't need to be because it's small enough. And it's fungible. All Stones of Jordans are the same. So here, players of the game, even though the developers had created a form of money, had coded a form of money for them to use, since that form of money was no good, didn't fulfill these properties, players chose to use something else as money. Now, how did they do that? Did they log into a forum and decided which item to use as money? No. Again, it emerged naturally, bottoms up from the users. How did this happen? Well, since this item had these properties of requiring work, people accepted it as a store of value. So if they wanted to trade for something, but the other person didn't have that thing, they would accept that item. Now, as more and more people accepted that item and transacted more with it because it has these valuable properties, and that network effect grew, where it started becoming a medium of exchange, where more and more people traded with one another because it has these properties, then it started becoming a unit of account, and people started accounting for things in that unit. And then there was websites you can go on and forums that had a list of every single item denominated in sojas. So I could know that this staff is 3 sojas, and that this crossbow was 2, and this helmet cost 1. So everything was accounted in Stones of Jordan, and Stones of Jordan became money. That was the main currency used in this game. For the whole period of time that I played this game, where there was a huge, vibrant economy of trading, the de facto money was Stones of Jordan. And who chose that? It emerged naturally. Now, one funny thing that happened is that, like all the other forms of money that we looked at, Stones of Jordans also died as a form of money, for the same reasons that the other ones died. So later on, when we cover the reasons for money dying, we're also going to cover why this one died. So we've made it to the last lecture of this section, where we finally get to answer this big question of what is money. So far, we've learned a bunch of different things about money. We've learned about what money solves for. We've learned at what makes the best form of money, so salability. We've learned about characteristics and properties of money, and how money emerges naturally due to its properties. But we haven't defined what money is exactly quite yet. So what is money? When you think about it, what do you have to do to get money? To acquire money, to produce money, to earn money? You have to work. We've talked about this, right? So if you have to work to earn money, what does this money give you in return? Well, it gives you a claim on somebody else's work. Just think about it. You work to earn money. And then when you have money, you turn around and you can claim somebody else's work. So somebody else has to work to earn that money from you. So it's a claim on somebody else's work. When you compare this to barter, where you're exchanging surplus for surplus, here you're exchanging your work, your surplus, for money, and then that money somebody else has to work and exchange something for it. So it's a claim on somebody else's work. Now, it's not a claim on just one specific person's work. If you go one level further, you realize that it's actually a claim on anyone else's work that is using that money. So if you live in a specific country that is using a specific money, you work to acquire this money, and then you can turn around and anybody else is going to want to work to acquire this money from you. So for you, you can claim somebody else's work in this entire economy. So if you dig one level further, you realize that actually, so money is a claim on a portion of all the goods and services that are available. So again, for you to acquire the money, you had to work, provide a good or service or something to earn that money. And in return, when you have that money, it gives you a claim on any of the goods and services available in the economy, a portion of them. So if you dig one level more, and this is how we're going to define money, is that it's a claim on a portion of the available productive capacity in an economy. And what, available productive capacity, just a fancy way of saying goods and services and anything else that can be used to create goods and services. It's an economical way of saying that. So it's really a way of saying everything that's available. So when you work to earn money, you can then turn around with that money, and that money gives you a claim on anything that's available. So that's what money is. So let's look at it through an example. Let's say you live in a specific region, in a specific country. And in this country, there's all these goods and services available. There's all this productive capacity available. There's some blueberries, there's apples, there's horses, there's some workers. And in that economy, in that country, people are using cowrie shells as money. And there are 10 shells in that economy. That's the total money supply. That's the total amount of units available. And you previously worked hard to acquire, to earn one of these shells. So you own one shell out of the 10 total shells available, out of the total money supply. So you own 10% of the shells. So that one shell out of 10 gives you a proportional claim on the available productive capacity in the economy. So now you can turn around and you can claim any of these things that you would want to get. You can claim 10% of the things that's available because you own 10% of the money supply. This is an simplified way of looking at it. We're gonna build on top of this. But this is what money is. It's a claim on total available productive capacity. And you can start realizing what would happen if somebody could create some shells out of thin air. What would happen to your claim? If money is a proportional claim on total productive capacity, what would happen if somebody can create some out of thin air? This is what we're going to be answering in the next section. But in this section here, we finally defined it. What is money? It's a claim on a portion of the available productive capacity. So in this section, we're going to look at the failures of money, which is the opposite of the previous section, right? The previous section, we looked at how money emerges. And through that, we learned about what makes money money. But in this section, we're looking at the opposite, about what causes a money to fail. Because all the forms of money we've looked at so far have all failed. So what causes that? It's debasement. So what is debasement? Debasement is the killer of monies. It's the thing that caused every single form of money so far to die. So what is it? In the last lecture, we looked at an example where there's an economy that had a specific amount of productive capacity or goods and services available that was using cowrie shells that had a total money supply of 10 units where you had one of those units. So it gave you a 10% claim on all of the available productive capacity. Now, let's imagine somebody had the power to create a cowrie shell out of thin air. Just snapped their finger and one more cowrie shell appeared. So now the total money supply became 11. What happened to your claim here? Now instead of owning one shell out of 10, you own one shell out of 11. So your claim on the total productive capacity just went down. It was reduced. Now, if this person or this entity or whoever they are is able to create another cowrie shell, and now there's 12 shells, well, your claim now went down again, because now you own one shell out of 12. And if they create one more shell, your claim is further reduced. One more shell, and it's reduced again. And if we get to 15 shells, well, now you own one shell out of 15 instead of one out of 10. And instead of having a claim on 10% of the available productive capacity, now you have a claim on 6.7%. So you cannot afford the same quantity of things that you could before. Your claim was reduced. And you can imagine what happens if there's another 5 shells that are created out of thin air. Now the money supply is 10, and you only have one. The money supply is 20, and you have one. So 1 out of 20 gives you only a 5% claim. So now you can only afford half of what you could afford before. And if the money supply keeps growing, and now there's 30 units, and you only own 1 out of these 30, now you only have a 3.3% claim on the available productive capacity. So maybe before you could afford a horse with, one of your shells, but now you can't anymore. You can only afford 1/3 of what you could afford before. That's debasement. So what debasement is really is a reduction of claim on the available productive capacity. When your money is debased, your claim is reduced. In a way, it's a theft of your work or a loss of your work. Because if you, for example, worked 40 hours to get one shell, and then somebody doubles the amount of shells in the economy, your shell is worth half of what it was worth. So in a way, you lost half of the hours that you worked. If you had worked 40 hours, it's like somebody took away 20 of those hours of work. So it's a loss of that work that you've put into that money. Now, even though when you look at it, you still have the same shell. Like your shell wasn't reduced in quantity. Nobody came and cut it in half. You still have the same shell. It's still as durable. It's just the quantity of shells in the economy grew. And then all of a sudden, your shell isn't worth what it used to be. So what causes debasement? Well, debasement can be caused by 3 different things. One, by increased production. So we just produce more of it. And that's because whenever there is a form of money used in an economy, different actors will try to produce that money because there's power in that. Because in the same way that if more units are created, your percentage claim is lost, that claim is now owned by somebody else. Because at the end of the day, you have to remember, money is just a unit of account. You can account for things in it, but it itself is nothing. When there was 10 cowrie shells here, the amount of things available in the economy was still the same. When we created 20 more shells, what happened to the available productive capacity? It didn't change. It's still the same thing. Just think about it. Look around. Look at how many buildings, how many items, clothing stores, how many workers there are available in the economy. If we snap our fingers and we double all the money available, everybody has double the amount of money. What happened to these things? Nothing. They're still the same. We can multiply or divide the money by 2 and nothing would happen. We're going to talk about this more because it depends what the person does with those shells. But just increasing or decreasing the amount of money supply has no impact on everything else. There's still the same quantity of everything in the economy. So here, the total amount of shells gives you 100% claim on the available productive capacity. When we create more shells, your claim is reduced, and the owner of the new shells gets this claim, and that owner can now claim whatever they want. So when we're looking at debasement, we have to understand that different actors will all want to debase the form of money we use. If we have the power, if I had the power to create money, I would obviously do that. You would do that. Anybody would want to do that. It only makes sense to do it. So you're always going to have actors trying to increase the production. It can also happen because of advancement in technology. And it can also happen by the state. So in the next few lectures, we're going to discuss how debasement is caused by all of these different actors. So before getting into the causes of debasement, we're going to look at debasement from one more perspective. And that's from the perspective of price inflation. Because when you think about it, you never hear anybody talk about debasement of the money supply nowadays. You always hear them say inflation. Prices are going up. So what's the relationship between debasement and price inflation? So there's actually a function called the quantity theory of money that gives us this relationship. And the formula goes like this. It's M times V equals P times T, where M stands for the money supply. So this is the total amount of money in an economy. V stands for the velocity of this money. So it's how many times on average each unit is spent in an economy. For example, if I get paid $1 this year, and in the same year, I go out and I spend that dollar, I buy something from somebody else, and that person also spends that dollar, that means the velocity of that dollar was 3. It's the turnover of the money supply in the economy, how fast it's being spent on average. So the total amount of money times on average how much each unit is spent in a given year is going to be equal to the average price level of things in the economy times the quantity of these things. Just think about it. If we take the quantity of money times how often it's spent, it's going to be equal to the quantity of total goods and services times their average price level. And here we can see how we can find the relationship between the money supply and price levels. Because this is an identity function, meaning that when one thing changes on one side, something else has to change for the equation to balance. For example, if we increase the money supply, well, something here has to go up. Either the price of things has to go up for the equation to balance, or the quantity of things that we transact has to go up. Or if these two are stable, then that means the velocity has to go down for the equation to balance. So something has to change when we change something. So what is the cause of price inflation? If we want to look at price inflation, what causes price inflation? Because nowadays, when you watch the news, it's never because we're increasing the money supply. There's always something that's causing price inflation. It's Russia, it's Ukraine, it's the Suez Canal, it's the supply chain. There's always a reason why prices are going up. But it's never because we're creating more money. But isn't that the cause? Isn't it because we're just creating so much money? And when we increase the money, well, something has to change. So what is changing? Well, let's look at it. First off, let's solve for P. Since this is a function, what we can do is we can isolate P. So let's divide by T on both sides, eliminate the T here, and then we have P equals, so the price level of things is going to be equal to the money supply times the velocity of that money divided by the quantity of things transacted, and that's going to give us the price. So let's just flip this around so it's easier. So let's think about it. What causes us, or what causes for prices to go up? Is it the velocity of money? Are we spending money so much faster? No, the data on this is very stable. The velocity of money has been very stable throughout history. So what is it? Is it because the quantity of transaction has been going down? We're not producing as much stuff? Look at this function, right? Look at it here. What's causing prices to go up? Well, it's not V, so it could only be M or T. Is the price level going up because this is going down? We're producing less things. There's less things to transact? Not really. We're way more productive nowadays. We produce so many more goods. Let's actually take a look at this. I have some videos here we're going to watch. Let's take a look at farming, for example. This is farming in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s. That's how people used to farm. Not very productive, right? Not very efficient. We're not producing as much goods. Look at this. This is how seeding worked. You had people putting in the seeds. Look at all of these people working here. Now compare this to today. We're going to have to watch an ad. Here we go. This is farming today. One person. Look at this machine. Look at this. Oh no, another ad. So productivity increases. We're way more productive. We produce more of everything. Now, yes, sure, you can say there's a cost of building this machine and other people working for that, but that cost is cheaper than doing it the old way. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing that. So we're more productive across the board. We produce more goods with less resources. And you can see this. Look at this. Look at cabbages. You know how many people these machines replaced? How much more efficient? So if we're producing way more cabbages for cheaper, why are the prices of cabbages more expensive now? Shouldn't they be cheaper? And our productivity increases aren't just with farming, it's with everything. Let's take a look at Formula One pit stops 30 years ago only compared to today. So 30 years ago, this is a pit stop to change tires in a Formula One race. How much time did it take? 8 seconds and 0.95. 20 years ago, we get a little bit faster. And that's in everything. Everything we produce as humans, we're more productive. And we keep getting better at it, more efficient, and we make more of everything. We're better at making burgers, we're better at making salads, we're better at making everything. So why is the price of these things going up if we can make more of them? And last year, 1.82 seconds. Or here's last year. 1.82. No, this is 2020. Last year, so 2023, we're at 1.78 seconds. So just in these 30 years, we're 5 times faster at doing something like this. So if the quantity of things that we produce is actually going up, how come the price is going up? Shouldn't the prices be going down? Don't we have more of everything? Well, the only thing left is the money supply. And if we look at the money supply, which we're going to look at later, we're going to look at the actual numbers, it's been skyrocketing. We're creating so much money that the price of everything is going up. So when we look at inflation, the cause isn't a lack of productivity. It's not that we're spending so much. It's because we're creating too many units of money. So when we look at this function here, and we look at prices, V is stable, T has actually been going up. So how come this is going up? Well, it's because M is going up faster than T. So even though we're productive and we're making a lot of things, the money supply is growing faster. And we can look at it this way. Let's look at one of the examples we had before, where we had an economy with a specific amount of money supply and a specific amount of goods and services, of productive capacity. And let's say we're looking at the price of something here, and we're looking at apples. And the price of an apple is $1 in this economy. And there's 10 units. Now, obviously, the price of an apple wouldn't be 10% of the total money supply, but this is just an example, okay? We want to make it simple. So if the price of an apple is $1 and there's 10 units, what happens if we create more units? If we double the amount of money, well, the price of an apple is going to double. That's the relationship between the money supply and prices. And if we double the money supply again, well, now the price of an apple is going to be $4. It's going to double again. So you know how when we looked at debasement, we said when we debase money, your unit of money gives you a smaller claim? Well, it gives you a smaller claim because then that thing is going to cost more. So it's really the same thing. But when the news and the agencies that give out these numbers talk about price inflation, they never say debasement, because when they say debasement, they're letting you know what the issue is, which is the increase in money supply. But when they say inflation, there's always this thing where it could be something else. It might not be the money supply. It might be that we're spending more, or it might be that we're less productive. But it's actually not the case. Price inflation can be caused by many things, but it's mainly been caused just by an increase in money supply. Now, usually if we're more productive and let's say we make more apples, prices of things should be going down. For example, if we double the quantity of apples, because we are better at making these things, well, the price of apples should go down. And we have been more productive. So we've been making more of everything. And usually if the money supply is stable, things would become cheaper. It would be deflation. Now we're going to talk about scenarios where we had deflation and where we have inflation, and we're going to look at the differences here. But this is the important thing to understand, that when we're talking about inflation, it's really a debasement of our money. So it's really when there's more money chasing the same amount of goods and services. Now, in the beginning of this lecture, we talked about how debasement is the killer of money, which now we see that inflation comes from debasement. We're going to listen to a little clip from the great Milton Friedman that states how impactful inflation is. Now, Milton Friedman is a very well-known economist. He won the Nobel Prize in the 1970s. He's an American economist. He won the prize for monetary theory. So he comes from the monetarism school of thought. These are economists who believe that the quantity of money is the most important thing for the economy. It impacts business cycles, inflation, and has the most short-term and long-term impact on the economy. So it's one of the most important things, the quantity of money. And this is what he had to say at the time about inflation.
Inflation is the most destructive disease known to modern societies. There is nothing which will destroy a society so thoroughly and so fully as letting inflation run riot. Inflation doesn't arise because you got consumers who are spendthrift. They've always been spendthrift. It doesn't arise because you've got businessmen who are greedy. They've always been greedy.
So you can see how he states how bad inflation can be, how bad to society inflation can be. What's his exact word? Inflation is the most destructive disease known to modern society. And he goes on to say that it's not caused by these things. We're going to listen to the rest of it later on in another lecture, but that it's not caused by these things that people might tell you it's caused by. It's caused by an increase in the money supply. Now, we don't just need to listen to Milton Friedman. I'm going to close this lecture off with another video, by a video from the great Scrooge McDuck.
Uncle Scrooge, why don't they just print up a few billion or so?
A few billion? Oh, dear, no. My, that word billion, how it's abused. If it weren't so frightening, I'd be amused. Folks have no conception. We'd have inflation.
Inflation?
Ah, that's a mess. Your money would be worth less and less. It might take this hatful, I dare say, to buy what your piggy bank would buy today. $1 wouldn't be worth the paper it's printed on. Ooh. But that's not today. Oh, Hootman, my. It's what you can buy with what you've got. That's what counts.
So now we're going to look at the first cause of debasement. We said that there was 3 causes of debasement. One is just increased production, one is by advancement in technologies, and one is by the state. So the first one is by increased production. So what does that mean? How can our money be debased by an increase in production? Well, whenever we use something as money, people are going to want to produce more of it because there's power in that. It gives you a claim on the total productive capacity available. So you would want to produce more of it. So for example, if we're looking at a time where gold was used as money, and if we have an imaginary scenario where there is 500 ounces of gold in the money supply, so that's gold above ground that's used as money, and you have a specific amount of productive capacity in the world, then somebody might want to go and extract more gold, mine more gold from the Earth's crust. So that's an increase in production. We're producing more of it. If we're using cowrie shells, somebody's gonna walk to the coast and get more shells. If we're using glass beads, somebody's gonna produce more glass beads. Whenever we're using something as money, different actors will want to produce more of that money. And just people are gonna want to produce more of it. So in this situation, somebody might, look around and say, okay, well, I can probably mine some gold here that's close by, and it's going to be economically viable. What does it mean? It means that there's a cost to mine this gold, and maybe there's 10 ounces here, and the cost to mine these 10 ounces is going to be 9 ounces. So the person has to hire some people, get some equipment, go there, extract, and go through the whole process. And then in the end, he's able to extract 10 ounces. And if that person does that and extracts, let's say this is 10 ounces, then the money supply is going to grow by 10. And he would have made 1 ounce for himself. He would have paid 9 ounces in equipment and in salaries. So the money supply would grow by 10. Now, why would he not mine all of it? because the rest of it is too expensive. So maybe this 10 ounces here was going to cost him 11 ounces of gold to mine. So it would cost him 11 ounces to pay people, get the equipment, because this is deeper in the Earth's crust or further away, that it wouldn't be economically viable. So he's not going to mine these. He's only going to mine what's the most economically viable to mine. But what's going to happen is we're going to become more productive. And as we become more productive, all of a sudden, we produce more things. There's more workers, there's more horses, there's more apples, there's more tools. And what happens when there's more goods and services for the same amount of money? Well, they become cheaper, right? Because it's the same amount of money, but there's more things. So then each unit of money can get you more things. In the same way, when there was more money, but the same quantity of things, things became more expensive. Now, when there's the same amount of units, but more things, things become less expensive. So now things are a little bit less expensive. And these 11 ounces of gold these 10 ounces of gold might only cost him 9 ounces to mine again. So again, here it becomes, before it used to cost him 11 ounces, but now that we're more productive, it's only going to cost him 9 ounces again. So again, it's going to become economically viable and he's going to go mine them. And the same thing is going to happen. So there's this balance when we're using a commodity as money, where we can only produce a little bit of it each year. And as we become more productive and we have more things and things become cheaper, then it's viable to mine a little bit more. And as we mine more and we have more money, then things become a little bit more expensive and we can't mine more. So it's like this balance. And gold has been one of these monies that is the hardest to produce more of compared to other commodities. And that's why it won over a lot of other forms of money. Because if you have two forms of money competing and one of them is harder to produce more of, that's the one you would want to use because you want the least amount of debasement possible. You want to store as much value as you can in your money. You don't want to lose that value. You don't want to lose that claim. So it's just something natural that happens. Now, when we're looking at commodities money, there's a function called the stock to flow that's often used. And this function is basically, it calculates the total stock divided by the annual production. So for example, what would be the stock to flow here? Well, let's open a calculator. So the stock to flow would be the total money supply. So it was 500, right? We had 500 ounces and we produced 10 ounces in that year. So divided by 10. So the stock to flow would be 50. Meaning there's 50 times more supply that we're using as money than there is of new supply coming in. So that's a lot, meaning that new supply isn't impacting the current supply by much. But let's say if we only had, let's say, 20 ounces of gold, and this year we found 10 ounces, that means the stock to flow would have been 2. That means we only had 2 times more supply than the new supply that's coming in. It's not good. So you want the highest stock to flow when we're using something as money. And gold has had a stock to flow of about 66 times on average historically, and it's been very stable. So sometimes we get a little bit more gold, sometimes we don't get as much, but on average, we've been getting 1.5% more gold every year. So every year, since a very long time that we've been mining gold, we've only been able to mine about 1.5% each year. So the money supply has been growing by 1.5% each year. So when we calculate the total amount of gold divided by the new gold that's coming in, the stock to flow gives us 66 on average. So we have 66 times more gold than new gold coming in. And that's why gold was one of the best forms of money. Because even though it was being debased by a little bit every year, our productivity was growing at a faster or at a close enough pace that you didn't feel it. Now, obviously, we would want the money that isn't debased at all, but that doesn't really exist with commodities money because any money that you're going to be using, people are going to want to produce it. So there is a cost for having a form of money. There's no money that has zero cost in maintaining. And if we're using gold or any other commodity, there is going to be this cost. And there's also this cost of, these people that are going to mine for it, that's lost productivity for society. Like these people that are going to produce more gold, well, it would have been better if they're just producing more goods and services that we used instead of going to do this, which doesn't help society in any way. But that's a cost of money production. And anywhere where there's money, there's going to be this cost. If you even look at the example we talked about with the game Diablo 2, even in that example, you can see how it works. Let's say I'm playing this game and there's this staff that I really want. And I look at the price of the staff, and that staff is going to cost me 3 Sojas, 3 Stone of Jordans. I might go and farm or mine to get that 3 Stone of Jordans, and it's going to take me 120 hours of work to get that staff. But I'm not going to be the only one. So I'm increasing the production. I'm increasing the money supply of Stone of Jordans in the game. And you can read about this. There was actually so many Stones of Jordans because so many people were farming for them. But then as so many people farm for them and there's more Stone of Jordans, there's more money supply, then all of a sudden the price of the staff is going to be more expensive because there's more monetary units chasing the same amount of goods available. So now it's going to cost 4 Stone of Jordans at one point. So if I want that staff and I look and it's 4 Stones of Jordans, now I don't have the incentives to go farm for that item. Instead, I'll just go play the game and get more items. So then there's more productivity, more goods. And as there's more of that, the prices of these items will go down again. And then I will have the incentive again to go and get more Stones of Jordan. So there's this balance when you have a commodity money where you're going to mine for the commodity and increase the production, but it's balanced because often the work required to produce more units of money is going to be higher than the work required to just produce goods and services in the economy. So whenever you have a commodity money that you're using, as a user, you always have the option. Do I go and try to create more units of this money? Or do I go and just work in the economy and produce more goods and services? And often, this is going to be the best value because as soon as it's economical to produce more units, somebody's going to do it. So the margins are going to be really thin on it. And the margins is all that person is going to keep, right? So it's not all the units produced that they've created out of thin air. There was work required to produce them. And the work is going to be very close to the value that is extracted. So in this situation, increased production, yes, it does cause debasement, but it's actually the least impactful type of debasement. It's not the debasement that destroys money. Why? Because it's a slow debasement. It's a little bit. Because to start off, we would never have chosen a money that can be debased by a lot. You remember when we talked about how money emerges, and the first criteria is that it stores value, that it requires a lot of work to produce. If something doesn't require a lot of work to produce, it wouldn't even have been chosen as money. People wouldn't have used it. So people have always gravitated to something that requires a lot of work to produce, so that will have a high stock to flow. So even when there is an increased production, that increased production is not too high and it doesn't cause that much of an issue. Do we wish we didn't have it? Sure, but it's a cost of using a form of money, and it's the least bad type of debasement. The next form of debasement we're going to look at is the one caused by technology, or by advancements in technology, or introductions of new forms of technology. So how can technology debase money? Well, that's easy. If you find a new form of technology that enables you to mass produce the form of money you're using, then that money is going to be debased. So this has happened often throughout history, where a new form of technology enables the society, your own society, to mass produce the form of money you're using, or a different society coming in that has better technology and them mass producing the form of money you're using. For example, if we look at cowrie shells, when Europeans came to Africa and some countries in Asia, like India, and these European traders realized that, hey, in these societies, people are using cowrie shells. And they're placing a lot of value in these shells. While these shells aren't valuable at all, right? Like, we can mass produce them. We have the technology, we have these big boats, and we can just go and get a lot of cowrie shells. But these people, they can't mass produce our gold. So when you have two societies that collide, the society that can produce easily the money of the other society can extract all the value from that society. For example, Europeans came in, we'll give an example of India. They saw all the riches that this country has, and they saw the form of money they're using. And they realized, well, we can just mass produce this form of money. We can get a lot of shells for cheap. and we can just buy all the things from them. And that's what they did. They mass-produced shells with their more advanced technology. They came in and they bought up everything. They even bought gold that Indians had because they didn't value gold highly and they valued shells highly. So they came in with these shells and they bought up everything. Now, if you were a user of these shells, you wouldn't have noticed that there's more shells initially. You would just notice that, hey, the prices of things are going up. Because these Europeans are buying everything at the regular prices that haven't reflected that new amount of money. And then all of a sudden, you start realizing that, hey, prices are going up. And by the time you realize there's so many shells that your shells aren't valuable enough to buy anything. Prices are up and it's too late. And that's what happened with cowrie shells. That's how cowrie shells died. Europeans came in, flooded the market with cowrie shells, bought up everything, and nobody wanted to use shells anymore because they saw that they had no more value. And that's how technology debases money. Now it happened in a lot of with a lot of other commodity monies. Glass beads, for example, that were used in Africa. Same thing. Europeans came, saw that some of these countries were using glass beads. They had the technology to mass produce these glass beads. They had the factories and everything necessary to create an enormous amount of glass beads for very cheap. They went to Africa and they extracted all the wealth from the countries that were using these glass beads until those glass beads were demonetized and people stopped using them because they saw that they didn't hold their value anymore. Same thing with salt. Salt used to be hard to produce. Finding salt mines, extracting the salt, refining it, it's a long process. And through advancement in technology, that process became very easy. And when that happened, salt became demonetized and it wasn't used as money anymore. Now, in all of these situations, what do people then end up doing? Well, they use the other available form of money, the best form of money that's available, and that ended up being gold and silver. So in these societies, their form of money died because an advancement or a society that had more advanced technology was able to mass produce them. And that society was able to extract all the wealth from the users. Now, once your form of money dies, then you just adopt the best form of money available, which was the form of money that these people were using, which was gold. Now, another form of money we're going to look at that was debased by technology is the Stone of Jordans from the video game we've been talking about. So how was this item demonetized? Well, from technology once again. There was a patch, I believe 1.09, that came out. And after that patch, some people figured out a way to duplicate items, specific items, so they can dupe them. So they can create an infinite amount of them. And that's what people started doing. They started duplicating the Stone of Jordan. And the market was flooded with this item. And because it was flooded, then people didn't want to accept it anymore. Now, this is a very unique scenario because it's in-game. So what did people do? Did they stop playing the game? Because it's just a game. You can just go play another game. Did they wait until the developers fixed this issue? No. They just adopted another form of money. They found an item that couldn't be duplicated, that had all the properties of money, and they adopted that. And that's what people really do. They always need the best form of money available. And if the form of money they're using loses that most important property of requiring work to produce, if it loses that, it stops being money. And they have to find another form of money that has all these properties, the best one available. And throughout history, this has happened. Technological advancements are dangerous for any type of commodity money because they can break the stock-to-flow ratio of that money. They can break the money by increasing the money supply at a very fast rate. And if that happens, that money dies. And as a user, you have to adopt something else. The last form of debasement we're going to be looking at is the one caused by the state. And this is the type of debasement we're living through right now. Now, how can the state debase money? I mean, if we're living in a society, for example, that's using gold or silver as money, how would the state be able to debase gold or silver? Wouldn't they have to go mine for it like everybody else? And the work required to mine for it is going to be as much as what they would be getting out of it, making it a non-productive endeavor? Yeah. So how could they debase it? Well, here we're going to have to differentiate between two things, between money and currency. Because the state can't really debase money, but what they can do is debase currency. So what's the difference? Well, money is chosen. Currency is issued. It has to be issued by somebody. For example, if we're living in a society that's using gold as money, gold is a little bit hard to use as money because every time you pay for something, you're going to have to cut a piece of gold that's the exact weight of what you want to purchase. So I can come in and I can take some gold and I can melt it and I can make some coins out of it. And each of these coins are going to be the same weight and same purity level. For example, 3.4 grams, 99% pure. And I'm going to take these coins and I'm going to stamp them. I'm going to mint them with my face and my name on them. And they're going to be called Mo coins. And each of these coins is going to have the same weight and the same purity level. And other countries could mint their own coins. France can have their own coin, and it's going to have a specific weight and a specific purity level. And England can have their own coin, and it's going to have a specific weight and a specific purity level. And we can compare the value of these coins with one another. For example, if my coin is 4 grams, 99% pure, and England has a coin that's 8 grams, so twice the weight, and also 99% pure, we would know that the exchange rate between our coins is 2-to-1. It would take 2 of my coins for 1 of their coins because theirs has twice the amount of gold. And money is gold. That's what we care about. The currency is just something that contains money. And you would have to trust the issuing state, right? If I'm creating a coin, you would have to trust that this is the exact weight and this is the exact purity level. Now, there's a way to test it. It just requires a little bit of work. So it's, you can test it and know how much there is. But, there's a little bit of trust. So here you can see that currencies are, a type of layer 2 solutions. Because money is your layer 1, it's money. And then currencies are a layer 2 solution. They improve on money. They help money and make it better to use. And currencies are great because when you have any improvement on money, it's great for the society that's using it. Remember when we explained how we want money that's the most saleable, that's the best to use? Well, if you create a currency that's easier to use, that improves on money, that's better for society. A good form of money is like good water, good education, good food for a society. It's a foundation, it's something important. And that's why societies that had coins or currencies thrived. And people who were living outside of these societies were called barbarians because they didn't have the standard of living compared to people who were living in the city who had money. So all these societies that created or issued currencies did great. But something happened to almost all of them. They would start debasing that currency. Not the money, but the currency. So if you look at the Roman denarius, for example, which is the Roman silver coin, it started off at a specific purity level and weight. And then with time, it started getting debased. So how did they debase this currency? Well, every time they got some coins, for example, through taxation, the state would take some of the coins, shave a piece off of them, and take all the pieces that they shaved off and melt them and make new coins. So they would increase the money supply. And they kept doing that. They kept doing that. Every time they got coins, they would melt them and make coins that are slightly lighter or that had a little bit less silver in them. So they would take them, melt them, add some other metals that are cheaper, and make more coins. But these coins had less silver in them. And they did that slowly in the beginning and faster in the end. And that's how usually debasement happens. Slow in the beginning, fast in the end. And if you look at the Roman denarius here, and you see initially 200 BC, so that's 2200 years ago, a long time ago. It started off at 4.55 grams of weight, 98% purity almost. And then it was debased to 3.9 grams, and then 3.4 grams and only 93% silver, and then 83% silver, and then 40, and then 5%. So it was debased. In the end, there was only 3% silver in a denarius. So only a fraction, almost no money in it, almost no money at all. So you can see that when an entity issues currency that's based on a specific form of money, they can debase the currency itself by having less money in that currency and issuing them at the same value as the other currencies. issuing them as they did have that amount of money in them. Now, this causes a lot of problems, right? In the same way that we've seen when we have good forms of money, it's great for society. Well, when you have a bad form of money, society can be destroyed because it causes inflation and it causes loss of confidence, economic difficulties. If you're somebody who's transacting and somebody's paying you with this coin, you don't really want it. You know it doesn't have as much silver. You want this coin that has more silver. Or if you have that one, you don't want to spend it. Or if there's a merchant from another country, he wouldn't want to take this coin at the denarius value because he knows it doesn't have that silver. And there's going to be different rates for different coins because people know that the coin itself isn't the money. It's what's inside of it. The silver is the money. And we're going to talk more about, the causes, why debasement is so bad later on. But if we look at the clip from Milton Friedman again, he said that, right?
Inflation is the most destructive disease known to modern societies. There is nothing which will destroy a society so thoroughly and so fully as letting inflation run riot.
So it's a very well-known fact that inflation or debasement is really bad for society. And again, this is from Nobel Prize winner on monetary theory. So we've known this for a while. So if we know that debasement is bad for society, why does the state continue to do it? Well, because it enables them to spend more. Because remember, debasement is taxation. You remember the example we had where you had 1 shell out of 10, so you had 1 unit of money over the total money supply, and that gave you a proportional claim on the total available productive capacity? If somebody created more units of money, your claim is reduced, and then they get that claim. So in a way, debasement is taxation. And the issuer or the owner of this new issued currency has that claim. So the state has an incentive to want to debase the money because it enables them to spend more than they've collected through taxation. And it's a less obvious way of taxing. So there's utility in that. For example, remember this girl we looked at in the beginning of this course, this Gen Zer that was clearly struggling. If you knocked on her door at the end of the year and said, hey, we want to tax you a little bit more, give us another $80 because we want to send some money to this other country for war or for something else, it's going to be a problem. She's barely getting by. But if you just print more units of money, to do that, it's less obvious, it's less direct, and she's going to only notice it because prices of things are higher because there's more money. So it's a less way of taxing individuals. It's a less obvious way. Not only that, it's also a way of taxing not only current income and spending, but taxing all the money that's out there. So even money that was already taxed last year or the year before, and it's recurring. So every year, all the money is worth a little bit less. So it's all retaxed. So there's a reason for the state or an incentive for the state to debase because it enables them to spend more money. So let's actually finish this video from Milton Friedman and see what he has to say about that.
The real tax on the American people is not what you label taxes. It's total spending. If Congress spends $50 billion more than it takes in, if government spends $50 billion, who do you suppose pays that $50 billion?
Of course.
The Arab sheiks aren't paying it. Santa Claus isn't paying it. The Tooth Fairy isn't paying it. You and I, as taxpayers, are paying it indirectly through hidden taxation.
So this is the type of debasement we're living through right now. It's debasement by the state that enables the state to spend more than they collect through direct taxation, through this form of more indirect taxation. So this section is called sound money. So far, in the first section, we learned about how money emerges. And through that process, we learned about what makes money money. In the section after that, we learned about how money gets demonetized, and that's through debasement. But we didn't learn about why having money that can't be debased is good for us or society. And we didn't talk about what makes money that's debasable bad for us or society. So in this section, we're going to do one of these things. We're going to talk about the impacts of good money. We call this sound money. So you might have heard these things before, either sound money or hard money. So what does it mean? Hard money means money that is difficult to produce new units of. Easy is the money that's easy to produce more units of. Now, you've probably heard people talk about this before, easy money. You know, when somebody's doing something that's easy or they get money easily, they call it easy money. And usually easy money is easy to spend as well. Easy comes, easy goes, because it doesn't have as much value as money that's hard to acquire. Now, these things come from the difficulty to produce more units of money. So gold is considered a hard money. And most of the monies we looked at were hard at one point. So whenever you hear somebody talk about hard money or easy money, they're talking about how hard it is to produce new units of this money. And as individuals, we always gravitate towards the hardest money possible. Now, another way of talking about hardness is we say sound money or unsound money. Now, this means something a little bit different. It just means that it maintains its purchasing power over time. Usually they go hand in hand, but there is a little difference here. So sound money means it maintains purchasing power over time. Unsound is money that's susceptible to sudden or rapid devaluation. So for example, the money we use today, government-issued paper currency, is unsound money because it could be devalued suddenly or rapidly based on the whims of the issuer. Now, sound money cannot be debased and it maintains its purchasing power. So historically, for example, the soundest money we had has been gold. And even the word sound money, it comes from metal coins. For example, silver. If you take a piece of silver and you hit it with another piece of silver, it'll make a specific sound. If the coin you have doesn't have a lot of silver, there's other metals in it, or it's not actually silver, it's not going to make that same sound. So that's where the saying comes from. Sound money comes from the fact that if your money is sound, it makes that sound, it's good. It has the actual silver in it. If it's unsound, it doesn't make that sound, then it's actually not good. So that's where the saying comes from. But when you're looking at sound money, historically, all the forms of money we looked at were sound at one point. It's not because the form of money is sound that it will always be sound. If there's new technological advancements, that money could become unsound, as has happened with all the other forms of money we had, except gold. Gold has still been sound. So the soundest money we've had has been gold, up until now. So this is what sound money is, and we as humans, we gravitate towards the soundest money possible. One benefit of having sound money is it gives you the choice of time preference. So what is time preference? Time preference is basically when you consume your money. So you can consume it right away as soon as you get it, or you can consume it later on because you want to build something or do something with it in the future. So when you have high time preference, you have a strong preference for immediate rewards. You want to use it right now. If you have low time preference, you're willing to wait for future greater benefits. So it's delayed gratification. This is why we have these pictures here. So if you have high time preference, you're going to go for the ice cream. If you have low time preference, you might go for the salads. If you have high time preference, you might just eat a burger and stay home. If you have a low time preference, you might go work out. If you have a low time preference, you might go to the library and study. If you have a high time preference, you might just go out with friends and drink and have a night out. So different people have different levels of time preference. And it's a choice. You can choose how you want to live. This is a personal choice. But we know the benefits of having low time preference and of delayed gratification. We know that across the board. Now, when you have sound money, you have the choice of when you spend your money. You can spend it right away as soon as you get it. You can spend it later on, in a year, in 2 years. You can accumulate capital to build something. So delayed gratification. But when money itself isn't sound, when money itself depreciates, then you don't really have that choice. Because if money itself loses value every year, then you kind of have to spend it sooner than later. And it removes that choice. It removed low time preference, even though having low time preference is better in the long run. So one thing that sound money enables us to have is a choice of time preference. So what are the benefits of sound money and the choice of time preference that comes with it? Well, it turns out there's a lot. First of all, when you have money, It brings on peace because all of a sudden, you can fulfill your most basic needs with money. Without money, you might need to fight if you don't have food, or you might need to defend yourself from somebody who doesn't have food. But with money, you can both work for money and then exchange this money for food. So money is great. But when you have sound money, money that cannot get debased, then you can fulfill way more of your needs. Shelter, clothing, food. You can get all of that. And then you can work your way up this hierarchy and fulfill other needs, like starting a family. Now, we're not going to talk quite yet about money that can get debased, like the one we have now, and how that impacts being able to afford shelter, food, or even starting a family. We're going to talk about that later. But for now, when you have sound money, you are able to achieve all of these things and work your way up until you self-actualize. So having sound money is actually great because it enables you to work your way up this pyramid and not be stuck just at the bottom. It also provides you sovereignty and freedom. When you have money, a gold coin, a silver coin, you know it has value, and you know it has value forever. And you know you can go anywhere with it, any country, and it still has that value because that's money. It's the ultimate property right, and you own it. And you're free to go anywhere with it and to use it anywhere. Now, this is without talking about the mental impact of knowing you have money that's going to be good forever, of not stressing about your future. But it also helps a lot with productivity, innovation, and growth. Why? Because when you have money that maintains its purchasing power, you can accumulate capital. And you can accumulate capital to start businesses. And sound money also provides very strong price signaling. If everybody's using gold, you can know the cost of everything, and prices don't change a lot. Compared to when you have money that can get debased, when you start a business, you don't know what your costs are going to be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years from now, because prices are going to change. And it becomes extremely hard to start a business. And you've probably seen that in recent years with high inflations, where a lot of businesses had to shut down because they were selling something in the future at a price, but then creating that project ended up costing way more because prices went up. So right now, if you're starting a business, you can start a business that has a very short timeline. But starting a business that's going to take 10 or 20 years to complete is almost impossible because you have no idea what prices are going to be in the future. Having sound money is extremely beneficial to society. And people often forget that we've almost always had sound money. It's only recently that we've been using an unsound money. And under all these periods that we've had sound money, we've had amazing innovations and growth. If you look at history and you look at all these periods where we were using gold and sound money, look at the Roman era. If you read philosophy books, you probably read books from that era. Look at La Renaissance or La Belle Époque and the innovation and growth we've had in these periods. I mean, La Belle Époque stands for the good era. Look at art that came out from these periods. We still marvel at that art today. And compared to art we see today on social media, that's based on high time preference, compared to art that's based on low time preference, that took a lot of time to create. All the innovations we've had, like the telephone, cars, elevators, trains, the light bulb, all of these came about during a period where we're using gold or a monetary system based on gold. All of these inventions, all of these new inventions. Imagine hearing somebody on the telephone for the first time or seeing a light bulb for the first time. There's actually a great book about this called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel that discusses how we had a lot of new inventions. And ever since we've had unsound money, we've been having just innovations on previous inventions. Like the electric car is an innovation on a previous invention, even the internet. So all of these things we've been having innovations that are on top of things that were already invented, but not something completely new. And we've had so many of these things under sound money. Because under sound money, when you're able to work your way up this pyramid and you want to self-actualize, you can work on things. A lot of these innovations and inventions came from people that weren't just chasing money. I mean, if you want to chase money, you can with sound money because your money is even better. So you have even higher incentive to work and produce something. But a lot of other people want to self-actualize not because of money. It's just who they are. And they'll only be able to do that when they can meet their other needs. But if you're stuck, you can't afford shelter. You can't afford food. you'll never get to self-actualize. And sound money enables you to do that. So if gold is so great, then why did we stop using it? If it's such a sound form of money that we've used since 600 BC for over 2,500 years, why would we suddenly stop using it in favor of an unsound money? If the most important property of money is that it stores value, why would we ever start using a form of money that doesn't store value? Because the money we use today doesn't store value. If you look at the purchasing power of the US dollars, here we have a chart of that. From the year 1913 to 2019, you can see it's constantly going down. $100 in 1913 are only worth, in 2019, $3.87. That means the dollar has lost over 96% of its purchasing power in that period. What this means is if you had $100 in 1913, and you held on to that $100 for all this period, that $100 would only afford to you to buy $3.87 worth of things that you could have got with it back then. Saying this in another way, $100 today has the same purchasing power that $3.87 had back then. Just think about it. If you have $100 and you go out and you want to spend it, all the things you can get with that $100, let's say you can go out to eat at a restaurant, you can buy a t-shirt, you can get an ice cream cone, all of these things, put them all together, you could have gotten those same things in 1913 for only $3.87. So how come now you need so much money to buy the same quantity of things, the same things? Well, it's because we're creating so many units that each unit is worth less, has a smaller claim on goods and services. We've debased it so much that it lost so much purchasing power. It can't afford the same thing. You need so many more units to get the same quantity of things. And this is in 2019. We're now, at the time of recording this, 2024, so 5 more years. So now, the purchasing power of the dollar from 1913 to today is almost at 98% loss. So the dollar has lost over almost 98% of its purchasing power in that period. Now, by the time you watch this recording, if it's a year from the time of recording, if it's a month, if it's a few weeks, the purchasing power is slightly less because we keep debasing the currency. It keeps getting lower. And this is why when you take a look at the price of gold in US dollars, it's constantly going up. Now, this has less to do with gold itself than it has to do with the US dollars, with the currency, because we're creating so much of the currency that not only is gold going up when you account for it in US dollars, but everything else is going up when you account for it in US dollars. It's not the things that are the problem, it's the denominator. It's the money we're using. We're creating so much of it, it doesn't hold value. We require many more of those units to get anything. Now I'm talking about US dollars, but if you live in another country, you're using a different currency. For example, I live in Canada, I use Canadian dollars, right? And if you live in a different country, you're using a different currency. There's 180 different currencies out there, all controlled by different states. So how did we go from gold, sound money that stores value, international cross-border global money, to currencies, 180 different currencies, where different states have complete monopoly on each currency and can issue as many currency units as they want and are constantly debasing that currency. So this is what this section is about. So now I'm going to play a little video. So this video was sent to me by Elias, the co-instructor of the course, which you guys are going to meet shortly. And I felt it really made for a good introduction to our section. So we're going to watch it and I'm just going to comment quickly on it.
Okay, so you know what I don't understand? This is what I don't understand. See this? See this? See that? This. This is worth $50? This is worth $5? This is the exact same piece of plastic. This is the same thing. We made up these arbitrary numbers. And then we said, we can't print more or else it'll be worthless. How about just don't let it be worthless? How about just don't tell anybody? Or just like, don't let it happen. We literally made this up. This is a construct we made up. Just don't let it inflate. Just don't. Like people, I get inflate. But I don't. Like, just don't let it. You let this happen. You let this happen. How about you just let everything else happen too? Why don't you just let stuff not inflate? Like, just deflate it.
I just love this video. I just love this video. Because this is what this section is about, is how we got to here. How we got to a moment where we're using these. Now, one more thing I wanted to note on this video is that this individual, who isn't a finance person, she doesn't have a TikTok channel on finance, she just posts different things. You know, I went over her channels, just random things that she posts about. And when she came to talk about money, she's clearly realizing or saying like, this doesn't make sense. And this is what a lot of people are feeling. They feel it doesn't make sense. They can't put their finger exactly on what it is, but they know something is wrong. Something doesn't make sense. And even if they're not in finance, which most people aren't, and most people don't spend their life studying about money or looking into money. You know, we're born into a monetary system. We look at it and we assume that this is how it should be. We assume it's the right way it should be, because why would we be doing something that isn't right? But if that person spent time to do some research on it, read a few books about it, she would come to the same conclusions that we're coming to right now, that it doesn't make sense. And most people, you know, it's not a complicated issue, actually. Anybody who reads a little bit about the history of money will understand that this makes not a lot of sense. And people who haven't looked into it at all, which again, most people aren't supposed to look into it. If you're a young person, why are you supposed to study the history of money? Even people who have never looked into it kind of feel something is wrong. And this story that we're saying is spreading a little bit, because the issues we're having with money are here. We're at the problems, the issues at our front doors. So that being said, well, let's answer that question. How did we get to here? How did we get to this? So how did we start moving away from gold as money? So let's take a look at gold's salability chart. At first view, it seems that gold is pretty saleable across all these planes. But the reality is that it's not gold itself that's this saleable. It's only this saleable because of improvements we've made on it. For example, if we look at scale salability, gold itself isn't that scale saleable. Every time you gotta purchase something with gold, you gotta cut a piece of the gold you have to be the exact weight of the thing you want to purchase. And the other person has to make sure that this gold has the right purity level in it. So there's some cost in transacting with gold. That doesn't make it that scale saleable. Every time you want a smaller or larger piece, there's costs involved in that. But that was improved because of coins. It's this layer 2 solution that we introduced. It's an improvement we've made on it that made it scale saleable. Now, if you want to purchase something, you can just you have different denominated coins, and you can use that to purchase what you want to. You don't need to cut a piece every time, weigh it. You can just use a piece that both you and the receiving party know what the weight of it is and the purity level of it is. So there's less costs. It's more scale saleable. Even with space salability, coins made gold more space saleable. You can go around with just the pieces of coins that you need for a specific transaction. So it's easier to move. Now, layer 2 solutions can't improve on time salability. That's why the most important thing is time salability. If money is time saleable, the other things we can improve on through these types of technologies with improvements. And you know, if you look at this coin, the edges of this coin have these like ridges. It's like rigged. Why? Because this is anti-debasement technology. If somebody shaves a piece off this coin, you'll know there's a missing part. So these technologies, coins are, you know, technologies. They are advancement improvements on our money. Now, when you look at the advent of coins and having coins, they did make gold extremely saleable across all these planes. But with time, as we started transacting with people that aren't nearby, there was a lot of costs to that. For example, if I'm transacting with somebody next door in my neighborhood, it's easy. I can walk around with a piece of gold and just buy what I want to buy, or silver most often. And so there wasn't a lot of costs. And when I'm saying silver, I just want to note here that most transactions, the money that was used the most throughout history was actually silver, not gold. Gold was used for the longest period and had the most impact. But since gold had so much value in each coin, most people didn't use it for day-to-day transactions. Like a gold coin could be somebody's monthly salary. But if you wanted to buy a piece of bread or something small, you would use silver. That's what people use for day-to-day transactions. That's why you always hear silver is the poor man's gold, because most people just use silver, and really rich people or for really big transactions, you would use gold. So the money that was used the most throughout history was silver. The money that was used for the longest period and had the most impact was gold. Anyways, so if you're transacting with somebody who isn't close by, he's in a different country, in a different continent, there's costs. Well, first, there's the cost of transferring that gold. You're going to send that gold over to that person. There's costs in that. There's the time to transfer. It takes some time for them to receive that gold. Especially, with the advent of the telephone and transacting with people that are further away, where some transaction time is getting smaller, but the settlement time for the person to get the money is you can't shorten that because you have to wait until they actually get it. So there's also the risk of theft. You're sending money to somebody, could be stolen along the way. There's two parties that know of that transfer. Somebody can get tipped off. It can be stolen. And then when it's stolen, well, gold, they can just spend the gold. And nobody's going to know that this gold is stolen. It's untraceable, And then there's also the cost of verification. You're getting gold, you get to test if it's actually authentic. Even countries who transfer gold to each other, they would always have to test if this gold is authentic because they might get fake gold. So they'd have to melt it and test it and then reforge it. There's a lot of costs involved in that. So as we started trading with people that are further away, with globalization, international trade, gold started to be less space saleable, regardless if we had coins, even with the coins, because the coins, this layer 2 improvement solution didn't really help in transacting faster with people who are further away. So if you look at the chart we had earlier, this characteristic for gold being a good medium of exchange, it started being less good of a medium of exchange. Now, simultaneously, as we're trading with people that are further away, some people had their money with goldsmiths. Often people who had a lot of gold would store their gold with goldsmiths. Goldsmith had a safe where you could just put your money in that safe, and the goldsmith would just give you an IOU saying that, hey, they owe you that gold. And rich people or people who had a lot of gold did that to protect themselves from theft. If somebody has a lot of gold and people knew that this person had a lot of gold, they can just rob him. They can break into his home, kill him, take the gold, and gold is untraceable. It's their gold now and they can spend it wherever. So people who had a lot of gold would store it with goldsmiths because goldsmith had the security to keep that gold there. Now the goldsmith would give the owner of that gold an IOU, and that person would just keep the IOU. If somebody robbed him of this IOU, well, they couldn't come back and claim this gold because this IOU had his name on it. So it's a way to have safety. It's like a safety deposit box that you have at the bank. Now, individuals who had IOUs like this, whenever they wanted to actually buy something, they would go back to the goldsmith. And again, the goldsmith is just keeping it for safekeeping. They can't use it. It's just there in their vault. They can go back to the goldsmith, give the IOU, get back their gold, and go buy something with it. But they started realizing that, hey, if I want to buy something from somebody, can't I just give them the IOU? And when they want, they can take this IOU and get the gold from you. And that's what started to happen, where these IOUs started becoming transferable, where one party can transfer them to another party, and the other party could then claim this gold when they wanted to. So they started being used as money. And people realized that, hey, using this paper as money is better than actually using the coins. So it started becoming a different type of layer 2 solution, where now, instead of using coins that have the gold inside of them, we can use a piece of paper And this piece of paper is just a claim on gold. And it's the same thing. It keeps this same time salability. Because again, if somebody's paying me with an IOU, this IOU is transferable. I can transfer it to anybody. And anybody who has it, if they go to the goldsmith, they can exchange it and get the gold. And then the goldsmith will just tear it up and throw it in the trash because it's been claimed. Then it's just as good as gold, right? It has the same time salability, but it's better across these other planes. It's better in space because now I have a piece of paper that I can just put in my pocket, and that piece of paper can have any type of value. I can move a large transaction of gold with one little piece of paper. And it's also scale saleable. Now I can have different denominations that are small, large. Instead of just having specific coin values, I can have an IOU for a fraction of gold or a larger amount. So I can have a bunch of different denominations. Like right now, you can have dollars, cents, $50, $100, different denominations. So initially, these IOUs solved a lot of issues for gold. They were a different type of layer 2 solution than coins, because coins actually had the money in them, right? But this type of layer 2 solutions were a piece of paper that gave you the claim on the gold, so it didn't have the money in them. And that solved some issues, right? It solved a lot of issues. For example, if you're transacting with somebody in a different country, if you want to move the gold coin, you still have to move it physically. But now with these pieces of paper, if you have a goldsmith and that goldsmith has a branch in that other city, or let's say it's a bank and they have a branch in another city, then you can go to that bank, say, hey, transfer this paper, this money to that person who's living in a different country. And they would just take it and they would just break it, throw it out and issue a new one to that person in that other place. And they would have it instantly. So you can transfer money instantly because these pieces of paper don't actually have the money. They have the claim on the money. So it made money really easier to transfer in space, which was the biggest problem, right? Because we were starting to be more global, transacting with people from different countries, different continents, faster and faster. So that's how IOUs started to spread. They started to spread because they were very useful for us. Now, I want to stress something. IOUs were initially great for us because they made money better. They made gold better. They made gold more space saleable. They made gold more scale saleable. And as we've talked about before, any efficiency gains we get from money for an improvement on money translates to higher productivity for us. So IOUs were great for us because they really improved on money on these two planes. And they didn't really have any downsides. So if we take a look at an example where we have a specific productive capacity, goods and services available. Now we're a little bit into the future, so we replace the horses by cars, telephones, light bulbs. There's a specific amount of goods and services available in the economy. And we have a specific amount of gold circulating in the economy. Now here, if you had one gold coin, you would have a 10% claim on the total productive capacity available. Now what happens if you put your gold coin with a goldsmith, store it there, and the goldsmith issues you an IOU and gives you that IOU. Now you have an IOU instead of your gold coin. Well, you still have 10% claim on these goods and services, right? And that IOU, because it's transferable, people would accept it from you because they know they can come back to the goldsmith and get the gold coin if they have that IOU, right? And most people would want to accept it because of the benefits of an IOU. A lot of people want to use IOUs instead of actual gold because it's just easier. When you have that IOU, it still gives you the same claim. Notice here, that goldsmith isn't using your money. He's storing it for you. So he has a reserve ratio of 100%. If he has your gold, he's keeping your gold. It's like a safety deposit box. It's just in the safe. He's not using it. And the money supply is still 10. It didn't increase. And this is a situation where IOUs were great. Because you have an IOU, your gold is safe somewhere, not being used. The money supply didn't increase. And you or whoever has that IOU can always come back, give the IOU to the goldsmith, take back the gold coin, and the goldsmith would tear up and throw away this IOU because somebody claimed the gold. And that's it. So you can see how IOUs really improve on money without breaking anything. Because having introduction of IOUs, when IOUs are backed by gold or the gold is stored somewhere, 1-to-1, doesn't cause an increase in money supply, doesn't cause any issues, just improves on money. Now, these proto-banks also offered lending services. Now, we're saying proto-banks because they're not like the banks we know today. Now, borrowing, lending has existed for a very long time, for thousands of years. You can borrow in different types of money. You can borrow in wheat, and you can pay back in something else. If you're a farmer and you're harvesting your crop, you can have an agreement where you're paying back in livestock. Borrowing and lending is an agreement between two individuals, where one is taking on risks and lending the money to somebody else, and in return, they gain interest if that person succeeds in what they're doing. So that existed for a very long time. Now, individuals didn't borrow in the same way we borrow today, where everybody's borrowing today. We're going to talk about that later on. But back in the days, if you had something and you needed some funds, you could borrow. And some institutions, like goldsmiths or these prototypes of banks, who had somebody storing funds with them, could ask that individual if they wanted to lend this money out. And what they would do is they could lend it out to somebody, do the work required to make sure that this is a safe type of investments, and lend that money to somebody else. Now here, this borrowing and lending is between two individuals. One person lent it to somebody else. And this goldsmith only facilitated that transaction. If one individual ends up losing that money, then the risk is only on the one who lent it. Then they would have lost it. And if the person is able to pay it back, well, there's going to be some gains where the person who lent it gains some interest, and the facilitator of that transaction makes a fee. But for you as an individual, it didn't affect you at all. You still have your 10% claim. It doesn't matter if somebody borrowed or lent, if they lost it or if they didn't lose it, you're not affected by it. Your money is still worth the same, which is a 10% claim. It didn't get diluted. The money supply didn't change. Now, the problem started when these proto-banks started lending money that they didn't actually have. So how did they do this? Well, let's take a look at a situation where you had one gold coin and you went to your local proto-bank, deposited that coin, and got an IOU instead. Now, you use this IOU to transact. And when you bought something with it, the person receiving it wasn't that likely to actually redeem the IOU for the gold. They would just use the IOU as well, because they knew it's as good as gold. They can redeem it whenever they want, but it's just easier and more practical to use the IOU. So the IOU would just circulate in the economy as if it was gold. People knew this institution, where it came from. This IOU had the name on it, and they trusted that they had the gold, so they just kept using the IOU. There's no reason to redeem it. And as more and more people did that, where they placed their gold at their local proto-bank and got IOUs to use instead. And as more and more people did that, more and more of the circulating money supply became these IOUs, because it's just easier to use. And these proto-banks came up with the great idea, or the realization of, hey, very few of these people are redeeming their IOUs for gold, not at the same time anyways. So you know what we could do? If somebody wants to borrow some funds, instead of facilitating that transaction between a lender and borrower, where one party takes on the risk for potential rewards, we'll lend them the money. We'll create an IOU and give them the money if they want to borrow funds. And at the end, when they pay us back with this IOU plus interest, we'll take the IOU, we'll put it in the trash, because it's not backed up by anything anyways, and we'll profit from that interest. So now they've issued an IOU that isn't backed up by anything. They just wrote, this is an IOU, here, we'll lend you the money, but they just created it. It wasn't backed up by anything. when they created these IOUs, they took a gold to issue it. So it's backed up by a piece of gold. But this one isn't backed up by anything. They just created out of thin air. Now, maybe you can say, well, when the person pays it back, they'll put it in the trash and no harm, no foul. But that never happened. Because if they can make money by lending money that they don't have, why would they stop? It's going to be a continual process and they'll make more and more of it. Now, what are the issues of this additional unit here in the money supply? Well, now the money supply is bigger. There was debasement. Your claim was now reduced because now you have one IOU over 11 units instead of one IOU over 10 units. So your claim got reduced. There's price inflation. Things are more expensive because there's more money. So these proto-banks started debasing the money because they can issue units and nobody could know that, hey, they issued a unit that isn't actually backed up. Now, the problem here is now they don't have enough gold to back up these units. Their reserve ratio drops to 83%. Let's say the person who borrowed this unit spent it. Now there's 6 people who have these IOUs. If these 6 people came and wanted to exchange their IOUs for the actual gold, this proto-bank doesn't have as much gold. There's 6 units of IOUs, but there's only 5 units of gold. They only have 83% of the issued IOUs. Their reserve ratio is lower than 100%. So you can see the issue here, right? Now, what's the odds of everybody, claiming, redeeming their IOUs? Very low. So they just keep doing that. They issue more IOUs. And again, here you see that it's not proto-banking anymore. It's banking because this is the banking system we have now. It's fractional reserve banking, which means they're allowed to keep only a fraction of their reserves that they're lending out. Okay, they don't need to have 100% reserve ratio. This is what we have today. Okay, so as they issue more and more units, the money supply grows. There's inflation. Money is debased. Your claim is reduced. Their reserve ratio is going down, and this process continues. More money. Your claim is lower. Reserve ratio is lower. And you can see the issue here, right? Well, we already know the impacts of debasement and inflation. But there's also another issue, is that people start realizing, hey, I have an IOU from this bank. You have an IOU from this bank too. Oh man, there's so many of these IOUs from the bank. There's so much money around here. Prices are going up. Hey, does this bank even have that much money? Because again, the IOUs are currency. The money is the gold, right? Then you start stressing. You're like, hey, I have a bunch of these IOUs. Everybody's having so many of these IOUs, all from this same local bank here. How come there's so much? I don't know if they have that much gold. And you're scared about your money. And this is what we call bank runs. People realize this. There's so many IOUs out there. And they're scared that they wouldn't be able to redeem the IOUs for gold because this bank doesn't have as much gold. And these IOUs aren't the money. The money is the gold. The IOUs are just pieces of paper that says they can be claimed for gold. They're a layer 2 solution where we have to trust the issuing centralized institution that they do have that gold. So people come up and say, hey, we want to redeem our IOUs all at the same time. And the bank manager comes out and says, oops, sorry. This is the bank runs we've seen, right? Where people realize that, hey, the bank doesn't have all the money. We got to get it. And why are they called bank runs? Because let's say you realize that, hey, this bank has a 90% reserve ratio. They have 90% of the money, but there's 10% missing. You're going to go get your money right away. You're going to run to the bank. Because the 90% of people who show up first are going to get 100% of their money. But the last 10% of people, there's not going to be any money left. They're going to get 0% of their money. So even if you think there's 1% of the money that isn't at the bank, you're going to run to get your money. That's how bank runs happen. People get stressed because nobody wants to be the last person. Now, this type of things caused a lot of issues because initially when these banks created so many more units of money, it caused inflation. It wasn't good for the economy. And then when people ran to get their money and the bank didn't have that money, well, it causes recessions and issues in the market. So, and this is something that happens even today. Like we've seen this in 2008, which we're going to talk about later. But we've even seen this last year with Silicon Valley Bank. And bank runs now, they're not even bank runs, they're bank sprints. With Silicon Valley, the bank run happened in hours because somebody tweeted about it. Hey, this bank doesn't have all the money. And people now could take out their money online. They don't need to go Monday morning to take out their money. They could do it online. And I think people took out 20% of the deposits in 2 hours. So now it's like bank sprints, not even bank runs. Now you can see all the issues that this creates of bankers creating money out of thin air and increasing the money supply. So obviously there needs to be some regulations or state interventions for them not to be able to do that. So now we have the state that steps in and says, you bankers, you can't just run wild like this. We can't let you guys just create money out of thin air and, create all this inflation and then the inevitable recessions that come after it. We can't let you guys do this. Like we got to regulate you. So there's this creation of central banks across the globe. Every country creates their own central bank to regulate the financial institutions, the banks that are there. So in the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve, created in 1913. And they come in and they say, okay, well, we have to do some things to have better monetary stability, better banking supervision. So we're going to start off by doing this. We are going to take all these IOUs that you banks have created, because now there's IOUs from different banks. So there's so many different IOUs. That doesn't work. We're going to issue one type of IOU that everybody uses, these paper currencies. And there's going to be written on them, the Federal Bank Reserve. We're the ones who are going to issue them. So if you look at today's money, if you live in the United States and you take a $100 bill, it's going to say the Federal Reserve banknotes. So that's when they were issued in 1913. So that's the initial creation of the money we're using today. Now we're going to replace all these IOUs by these Federal Reserve notes. So everybody has the same unit. It's easier. And new banks that are always out of money here, we're going to take the gold. We're the ones who are going to keep the gold. And you guys use our banknotes and reserves. Now we're going to have better monetary stability. We're going to supervise you. We're going to tell you what your reserve ratios are allowed to be. So you cannot create too many units. Now you would think that the rules are going to be that you cannot create any units at all, right? You cannot create any units more than you have in reserves. But no, it was, we're going to regulate you. You can still lend out more than you have. But if there's a bank run and people are running to take out their money, we're going to be a lender of last resort. We're going to lend you that money. Okay. So we're going to make it that there's less fear in the economy. People are less going to be fearful that there's going to be a bank run, because if there is a bank run, it's okay. As the Federal Reserve, we're going to lend them some money. So your money is safe. There is going to be enough money there. And also we're going to be a government fiscal agent, which means being the banker of the money, managing their accounts and facilitating government funding, for example. Now we're going to talk more about this later on. But for now, when you take a look at all these institutions, these central banks that are propping up worldwide, their objective is to manage all these issues created by these banks and the increase of money supply, all these boom and bust cycles and recessions. But you quickly realize that that doesn't really happen. When you look at the quantity of base money to broad money, it's not really changing. Now here we're going to differentiate between base money and broad money. Base money is, the money kept in reserves. It's the actual money. Broad money is the money created by banks through lending. They're creating more units of currency than there actually is of base money. Now you would think when these institutions come in, they're going to regulate that and banks are going to create less money. But the opposite actually happens, because as a banker, when you lent out and you created units of money that you issued, you always had to be fearful of bank runs. And if you use a unit from a specific bank, you have to make your due diligence about this bank. Make sure they didn't create too many, because if there's a bank run, your issue, your IOU is going to be worthless. Now that relationship was broken because now there's a lender of last resort, where the banker doesn't need to be fearful of creating too many units of money, because if there's a bank run, hey, he has a lender of last resort. The Federal Reserve, the central bank, is going to create some more paper, give it to him, and he's going to be able to give it to anybody who wants money right now. And as a user of the currency, well, you don't need to do so much due diligence on any specific bank, because you know that they have a lender of last resort. And if you go to get your money, you'll be able to get your money. So it actually facilitates and enables banks to even create more broad money and create more units of money. And all it really did is capture money from all these other participants and put them in the hand of the state, or let's say of the central banks. So it's not because central banks captured money that they didn't have to abide by the gold standard. So what does this mean? Well, what is the gold standard? You've probably heard of this before. It's just a standard. It's a standard that issuers of currency have to abide by. It's like, standards in different industries, like water standards in a country. If you provide water, you would have to make sure you're following these standards where, the purity of the water you're providing is below a specific threshold in terms of purity. If you open a restaurant, there are standards that you have to follow and guidelines where your kitchen has to have specific sanitary levels. If you make food products, there are standards that you have to follow in order to be compliant in that industry. So the gold standard is just a standard that issuers of currency abide by in a specific country. Now, the gold standard existed before central banking. So in the US, the standard for issuers of currency was to issue $20.67 per ounce of gold. That's the exchange rate, because gold is money and dollars that they issued were backed up by this gold at that ratio. And that's great because it offered really good price stability. If there's two banks and you have a banknote from one bank and another banknote from the other bank, you knew that these two banks were following the same standards, where an ounce of gold was redeemable for $12.67. So if you had a dollar from that bank or a dollar from another bank, they're equivalent, because if you went to the first bank with their dollar, they would give you the same amount of gold that if you went to the second bank with their dollar. So that made these $2 equivalent as well. And that was across the country. So any dollar from any bank would be equivalent because all dollars were backed up by the same quantity of gold. And everybody followed that standard in a country, and it made it that we had good price stability. Now, when the state captured money, meaning they got the majority of money, and central banks in a way, because you have to differentiate, central banks are not necessarily the state in most countries. We're going to talk about this point later. But when they captured the money and they had the gold, and they issued their currency that's backed up by this gold, they still abided by the gold standard, meaning the ratio for which you can convert these banknotes to gold was still the same. Otherwise, nobody would use them. Why would anybody use this piece of paper? It's not money. You gotta remember, gold is money up until now, and gold is still money. And the only reason we use this piece of paper it's because it's backed up by money. This piece of paper needs money to have any value. Otherwise, it has no value. It's just a piece of paper that can be created out of thin air. Now it can't be created out of thin air because it has to be backed up. If there's not enough gold, we can't create it. So they still have to abide by the gold standard. And now, well, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it a good or a bad thing, but now you have to trust only this institution to honor that. Whereas before you had all these different banks, it's like a little bit decentralized, so many banks with their different notes. And if you had a banknote from this bank, you'd have to trust that this bank would honor that exchange. But now it became centralized, where the whole trust was in that institute, which, it's a bigger institute. It's closely related to the state, let's say, easier to control. and you can just trust that central institution. So with the gold standard, it also gave a good disciplinary monetary policy, because you cannot create too many units of money, right? Because they have to back it up by gold. So they cannot create an infinite amount of dollars because it has to be backed up by gold. So they don't want a bank run on the Federal Reserve, like people had bank runs on, banks. So, having the gold standard, other than providing price stability, also offered disciplinary monetary policy. Obviously central banks, they're keeping bullions in gold. It's not actual coins, We've moved past that, and we're using bullions and paper backed up by the bullions. So when you look at the gold standard and you see that different countries have a standard of exchange, different countries is going to have a different ratio of exchange. So in the United Kingdom, for example, their exchange rate was 1 ounce of gold for £4.25. So this also gave, international confidence. If I'm getting paid or if I'm buying something and I'm getting, British pounds, I know that money is good. I know that currency is good because I can go to the central bank and get the gold. Because I don't care about the money itself, but having a piece of money, a currency that isn't just issued by random banks, but issued by a central bank, I can trust that, hey, I can go to the central bank and get my money, the gold itself. And then it made it easy to transact with other countries because I know how much each currency is worth in gold. We can transact, and when I'm ready, I can go and redeem my gold. So if I open a calculator, if 1 ounce of gold in the US gives us $20.67, and 1 ounce in the UK is £4.25, that means each pound, let's see if I have it here, this implies an exchange rate of $4.86 for 1 pound. That's the exchange rate. So even if we're just using paper to trade, I would know that this is the exchange rate between these two currencies, and it would be easy to exchange because at the end of the day, it's how much gold each one provides, and we know how much gold each one provides, so we know the ratio between them. So rates were not fluctuating, they were fixed, because at the end of the day, it's the gold that matters, and their gold or my gold is the same thing. It's just gold. So if it takes this amount of pounds to get an ounce of gold and this amount of dollars to get an ounce of gold, I can know how much dollars it takes to have how much pounds. And that was great for international trade. This era of the gold standard is regarded as the best era because we've had the best of everything. We've had gold as money, which is, the best store of value. And we had paper currencies, which are extremely easy to transact. And a lot of people who hate the fact that we have this kind of money, they never want to say anything positive about it. But this was great because you can transact internationally very easy, do wire transfers, transfer money instantly, which is way better than with just transferring gold. Try to ship some gold from here to the UK and see how long this takes, and then the cost of transferring it, and then the cost of verifying it. So this was great. And up until today, you hear people say the gold standard of something. People say that. What do they mean when they say the gold standard of something? They mean it's the best out of the best. It's like when an airline comes out and says, oh, we provide the gold standard of luxury traveling. What they're saying is we provide the best type of luxury traveling out there, better than any other company. When somebody tells you this company is the gold standard or this equipment is the gold standard in, testing for specific diseases, that means that this equipment is the best one available. It's the best. And people still use this saying all the time. When they refer to something as being the best, they say it's the gold standard. Because the gold standard is still up until today considered the best monetary system, where we were still using gold, but had, some layer 2 solutions that improved on it. Nobody says this is the cash standard because they don't see that the system we have now is good, but they still reminisce on the gold standard, where that was the best standard. But now that we have only one entity that has all the money, that has all the gold, do we think that they maintained the gold standards? They maintained their promise of converting a specific amount of currency to an amount of gold? Or did they break that promise? So only 7 months after the creation of the Federal Reserve, there's the outbreak of World War I. So World War I starts in July 1914, and that war was completely different than previous wars. Because now, each country involved had a central bank that can issue and create as many currency units as the state needed to continue fighting in that war. This is why this war lasted for such a long time, over 4 years, and had so many casualties. So completely different than previous wars, because now the states involved had a new way to fund the war, and that was through debasement. If a country needed more money to continue fighting and didn't have that money, it's okay. All they had to do was call the central bank, say, hey, print some more units of currency for us, take those currency units, and continue fighting. If the next year they didn't have enough money, they ran out of money, it's okay. Call the central bank, print some more units, let's continue the war efforts. So countries could now continue fighting for as long as they can continue debasing the currency of the people using that currency. Now, this isn't free. It comes at the cost of devaluing the currency of everybody using it. But it gave them that power. It gave them that new tool to fund war efforts. And that was funding it through debasement. So this was different than how wars were funded before. So before, if a country wanted to go to war, they can fund that through, one, their coffers, so money that they had saved up. They can use that money to fund the war efforts. Or two, through taxation, so they can tax their citizens to supplement funding for the war efforts. And again, if you're a citizen of a country, you're okay paying higher tax rates if your country is going to war, right? Now, you can see how this puts a limit on the reason and the length of a war. Because when you're paying taxes directly and not through debasement, not through higher prices or inflation later on, and you see how much it's costing you, if the war is lasting too long, or if there's no real valid reason for that war, you might start having resentment for it, or your support for the war might go down. So it puts a limit on length and reasons for war. And the last way that a state would fund the war is through wartime bonds. So the government can sell a bond. It's like a debt obligation. And as a citizen of that country, you can buy this bond, so you can lend money to the government. And then the government could use that money to go to war. And if the war is profitable, they get resources from another country. They can pay back that debt plus interest. So those were 3 ways that countries funded wars. Now, all these ways made it that you could not go to war for reasons that were not economically valid, or for too long, right? And this is why for a very long period of time, we had this colonization period where rich developed countries attacked poorer underdeveloped countries because those were wars that they knew they could win, and where the underdeveloped countries had a lot of resources that they could take back to cover the costs of this war. Now, we're not saying if it's right or wrong, we're just saying how it is. War had to make sense for you to go when it's funded through these ways. You could not go to war to liberate a country or to, spread democracy. It had to make economical sense. But now there was a different way to fund the war, which is through debasement, which enabled wars to last for longer than they would have otherwise. So otherwise, this war would have finished in the same way, but it would just have lasted way longer and with way less casualties. So this war was funded through debasement. Worldwide, central banks created more units of currency. And already here you see, for example, in the US, Federal Reserve came in 1913, and only a few years later, they weren't respecting the gold standard anymore. So we're going to war, we're gonna temporarily suspend the gold standard, converting dollars for gold. But again, it's just wartime period. But you can see the link starting to breaking between gold and currency, where the currency is supposed to be backed up by gold, but now we're creating more units of currencies than there are gold. So the Federal Reserve that we're supposed to trust to maintain that link can break that trust because, hey, there's a war going on, and we're going to create so many more currencies than there is gold. Now, we know what the impacts are of creating too many currencies in an economy, debasing the money, and that's inflation. So Federal Reserve took over in 1913. That's when they were created. War starts in 1914. Inflation is low. And then because we're creating so many units of money, inflation skyrockets. And this was the inflation towards the end of World War I in the United States. So there was 20%, almost 20% inflation for 4 years consecutively. Just think about it. Prices were 20% higher than the previous year. Then the next year, they were 20% higher than that. And the next year, 20% higher than that. And the next year, 20% higher than that. So that's, crazy levels of inflation. And then we had a deflation. So this is what happens when you play with the money supply and you have unsound money, which is money that's susceptible to being debased. You have this type of instability in the market. And what ended up happening after that, from 1929 to 1941, was the Great Depression. So not just any regular recession here. That was the worst one in the industrial world, where unemployment reached over 20%. So 20% of people weren't working. So all of these things, and again, a bunch of bank runs, failures. There was one of the biggest stock market crashes. So all of these things that happened when there was the Federal Reserve and central banking trying to manage and play with the money supply. Now the question becomes, after the instauration of these central banks and having more economical difficulties, worse economical difficulties, what is the answer? Is the answer to, hey, step back and let money be money and not try to manipulate it? Or is it to have even a higher level of money control? So in an attempt to get out of the Great Depression, which started in 1929, lasted for about 12 years, the state wanted to be able to print even more units of money. They wanted to be able to create even more currency, to be able to spend that currency in the economy and get people back working and stimulate the economy in a way. So even though for many people, the depression itself was caused because of governments creating too many units of currency, and we've talked about how inflation can destroy a civilization. Here, the state sees that the way to get out of it is by creating even more currency and not letting the economy self-regulate itself. But the Fed had already created too much currency. They were not allowed to create any more currency. So even though they were not respecting the gold standard 1-for-1, the Fed had set itself a reserve requirement of 40%, meaning they only had to have 40% of gold than currency that they were actually issuing. So they could issue 2.5 more currency than they had in actual money. And again, these currencies that were in the economy, the banks could also issue more currency on top of that. So they would have reserves and they could also lend money and create even more currency. So the state wanted to be able to create even more money, or more currency. So what did they do? So the president of the US at that time was Franklin D. Roosevelt, and he signed Executive Order 6102. So what is this executive order? Let's read it together. Under Executive Order of the President, issued April 5, 1933, so this was 20 years after the creation of the Federal Reserve, after extreme inflation, and the start of the Great Depression. All persons are required to deliver on or before May 1st, 1933, all gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates now owned by them to a Federal Reserve Bank, branch, or agency, or to any member bank of the Federal Reserve System. So now, under order of the president, everybody in the United States has to give any of their gold to the Federal Reserve. And in exchange, we're going to give you some of that currency that's backed up by this gold. Now, this isn't optional. It's not something that's optional. Criminal penalties for violation of executive order are $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment, or both. So here, under threat of imprisonment and or simultaneously a fine of $10,000. And $10,000 back in the days is worth $235,000 in today's money. So imagine, imagine if this happens today, where you're obliged to give what you use as money. And again, gold is what money is for over 2,500 years. For people, gold is money, not currency. And if you do not give your gold to the state, you will be fined over $235,000 in today's terms. That's a lot. And you can go to prison. So here you have to surrender your gold to the Fed under threat of violence. Okay, it's not an option. Now, the reason why this moment is so important in history, specifically the history of money, and I can't stress enough how important this moment is. It really, really, really is an important moment. It's because here the state is taking your private property under threat of violence. And in return, they're giving you some currency for it. But that's your private property. It's your natural rights. Natural rights supersede legal laws. They cannot be repealed by any human law. They're your natural rights. Our natural rights are those of life, liberty, and property. These are our natural rights. Natural rights have been talked about from philosophers during the Roman era. They're in religious textbooks. They're in the Bible. They're in the Declaration of Independence of the United States. They're in the U.S. Constitution. Private property is in the U.S. Constitution. That's yours. It belongs to you. Now, you might wonder, okay, I understand life. I understand liberty. Why is there property? Why does property matter? Because to gain property, you have to work. It takes time from you. So by extension, it's part of your life. If you work and you do not own the fruits of your labor, you are not free. If you work 50 hours a week to gain some money, but somebody owns that money or can take it away from you, then you belong to that person. You're not a free individual. So by definition, property is a natural right, and it has always been seen that way. But here the state takes that from you, which we cannot understate how important that point is. Now, this passed legally because we were in the Great Depression. The country was in a really bad state. Not only that, but also the government was giving you back currency for the gold that at the time was still seen as being the same thing, because the currency was backed up by gold. You should be able to change it back and forth in the future. And it's the same thing, of the same value. So this happens, and as soon as they get the gold from everybody, 1 year later, they passed the Gold Reserve Act, and they devalued the dollar by raising the price of gold to $35 per ounce. So initially, when you gave your gold to the states, every ounce of gold you gave them, they gave you back $20.67. 1 year later, they changed the gold standard because they had created too many units of paper and they didn't have enough gold. So they changed it and they said, okay, well, 1 ounce of gold isn't $20.67 anymore. 1 ounce of gold is $35 right now. So imagine this. They tell you, give us all your gold. You give them the gold. They give you back $20.67. As soon as they give you back the $20.67, a year later, they say, okay, well, now if you want some gold, you can get it from us at $35. So debased the currency by 70% one shot. So again, more debasement. So here you see that for the first time, the gold standard has been broken. And here you have to ask yourself, well, what would have been the best thing for me to do at the time? Well, let's take a look from a financial perspective. From a financial perspective, when the state told you, hey, if you give us your gold, we'll give you $20.67. Well, today, how much is that same ounce of gold? Well, that same ounce of gold today is over $2,300, right? 2,000, like this. This is how much 1 ounce of gold is worth today. But if you gave your gold, you would have gotten $20.67 for it. So from a financial perspective, the best thing to do would have been to put that gold under your mattress. Now, when we look at it from a legal perspective, you have to follow the law, and the right thing to do would be to give your gold to the state. So here, what's best in your financial interest and what you have to do legally oppose themselves. Now, the reason why this lecture is so important is because a lot of people don't know about this. You know, sometimes I'm talking with friends, and when the subject comes up and I say, well, when the state took over money, you can see the confusion on their face where it's like, what do you mean the state took over money? And they don't know that at one point the state did take over money under threat of violence. So it's important because often people don't know that this happened. Now, it's also important because it gives us precedence. So what happens if in the future we start using some internet magic money? Well, could the state come and say, hey, you have to give us this money and use this currency in its place? Or you'll go to jail, or you could have a fine of 250K or more. This is what people call risk 6102, is the risk that this happens again. And we're going to be discussing this in the later half of the course of could this happen again, and what would happen if the state does something like this again. Now, you might be wondering, why does the state want to control money so bad? Why not just let the free market decide, like it has always been, and collect the taxes in whatever money people are using? Like they have been since forever. We've had different types of governing authorities. There was pharaohs, there was kings. There was a lot of different types of governance. And in the same way as we've seen that money iterates, governance iterates as well. And probably in the future, the way we govern now is going to be different. And people are going to look back at it and say, oh, people really did that in the past. That's just how we evolve. But regardless of the governing authority at different periods of times throughout history, these authorities collected taxes in what the people used as money. Some authorities collected taxes in grain, in livestock. Some collected taxes in gold, in cowrie shells. Taxes can be collected in whatever. It could be collected in internet magic money. It could be collected in whatever people use as money. So why would the state really want to control money so bad? Well, because at the time, the economic theories that were gaining dominance were those that involved government intervention in the economy. Here we have John Maynard Keynes, which is the founding father of the Keynesian Economics. These became prominent in during the Great Depression in the end of the 1930s, where it was viewed that governments had to get involved in the markets to soothe out the markets. So when you look at markets, they have these periods of booms and busts. These are true, even if there is no state intervention. The market does not go up in a straight line. A free market has these periods where there's excess growth, and then there's these periods of slowdowns. And the facts support that. This is true. Now, this is not necessarily something that's bad, because when the economy isn't doing great and some people lose their jobs, it gives them opportunity to find where they are most needed in the economy, to be most productive, to have the most productive economy. It's an important part of the economy. It's not a bug, it's a future. It's really important that we have this. Now, Keynesian economics says that what we need to do is we need to soothe this out. So when the economy is doing well, the state should not spend money in the economy. They should, collect this money and keep it in safekeeping. So when the economy isn't doing well and people aren't having jobs, the state could spend that money and help the economy do better. So in a way, Keynesian economics in theory soothes out these cycles of, booms and busts, even though they are small. So here, again, the state would not spend money, so they would have a surplus. A surplus is basically when the state collects taxes, but they collect more than they spend. So they have a surplus. And then over here, they can have a deficit where they are spending more than they collected in taxes. So they collect some taxes, but they spend more. But the more that they're spending it from their coffers, from money that they had saved up previously. So here, the state can help soothe out, the growth in the market and the economy. Now, this is in theory. In practice, it turns out that this is what ends up happening, because the state never really has incentive to not spend. They always go in deficits. If you're a politician, why would you not spend money now, even if the economy is doing well? You want it to do even better. Why? Because, well, you have a 4-year term, and the benefits of spending money is immediate, but the pain, you receive it only in the future. You're not going to be here when we have to live through that pain. So historically, the state will always spend more money and will go in deficit. And they will exacerbate these economic cycles where we're going to have higher highs, higher growth, and then bigger drops. And this is what we've seen time and time again. But the reason why this happens is because the state has the power to create more units of money. If they did not have the power to create more units of money, if we were using a sound form of money that cannot be created out of thin air, that cannot be debased, they would be forced into actually doing this. They would be forced into spending less when the economy is doing well, so they can spend more when the economy isn't doing well. But when they have the power to create units out of thin air, then they are not constrained by this. They can spend more when the economy is doing well, because when the economy isn't doing bad, they can print more money and spend more there as well. They are never constrained. So Keynesian economics are the economic theory that we're using up until today. This is the way the state views their role in the economy. Now, what are the impacts of the state's intervention in the free market? Do we end up actually looking like this, where it's way more volatile? Are we less volatile? And at the end, where do we end up? Like, does state intervention cause us to be, in the same place that the free market would have caused us to be? Or do we end up lower because of state intervention, more volatile? Or do we end up higher? So we are more volatile, but you know what? We have better growth, we're more productive. So the volatility is worth it because, we reach way higher growth because of that. These are questions we're going to answer later on. But for now, just for you to have the understanding of, well, why would the state even do that? Well, the state does that because they want to intervene in the markets. Now, one more thing I would like to add to this lecture real quick is, the real reason why the state wants control over money isn't because of their belief in a specific economic theory, per se. Because any economic approach could be applied with sound money as well. For example, if the state believes in Keynesian economics and believe that they should be more involved in the economy, they can do that with sound money as well. The real reason why the state would want control over money is the same reason why anybody else would want control over money. It only makes sense to take control over money if you can, because there's so much power in that. It gives you so much power. It gives you the power to extract value from users of that money, to extract buying power of users of that money, and direct that buying power in whichever way you want. And this is why when we talked about debasement, we said different players would want to debase money. They would want to take control over money. And this is why we've always gravitated towards a money that requires a lot of work to produce. That way, nobody could actually control it. So the year is 1944. The Great Depression is behind us, and we just came out of World War II. Now, countries are fearful of going through the same thing they went through after World War I, which is periods of high inflation and economic instability. So 44 of the Allied nations decide to meet and come up with a new system that fosters stability and cooperation on a global level. So this is what's called the Bretton Woods Conference. It's the conference that brought these 44 Allied nations together. And the outcomes of this conference were, one, the creation of a new fixed exchange rate system, which we're going to talk about now. The establishment of the IMF, this is the International Monetary Fund, which is still active today. Also, the creation of the World Bank, again, another institution that's still active today. Actually, even the United Nations was created just a year after that. So all of these institutions created in that same time period. So to start off with the fixed exchange rate system. So at the time, the United States had the most amount of gold. And countries wanted to come back to the gold standard. So in an attempt to come back to the gold standard, they decided that, you know what? Instead of each country, and here we have the Federal Reserve, these are central banks of other countries, instead of each country having their currency backed up directly by gold, which all of these countries now are very thin on the amount of gold they have versus the amount of currencies that they issued, right? Let's do something new. The US is gonna back up their dollar by gold, at $35 an ounce, like we have been. We're coming back to the gold standard. But you know what? Other countries, instead of backing up your currencies by gold, why not back it up by dollars? And keep dollars and use dollars as your reserves. So here, instead of each currency being backed up by gold, the US is going to back up the dollar by gold. You guys can use dollars and use dollars as reserves. And then your currency is going to be pegged at a fixed rate to dollars. So if you're in a different country, you're going to have a fixed exchange rate to the dollar. You can change your currency for dollar at a fixed exchange rate. And then if you want, you can exchange the dollar for gold. Not you as an individually, but the countries could do that. They could exchange the dollars for gold. So under this system, there's a bigger abstraction away between gold and currency. Now, instead of each country having gold as reserves, now countries are using dollars as reserves. And they're trusting that the Federal Reserve is going to honor their agreement if ever they want to convert the dollars to gold. So that was agreed on. And again, using dollars as reserves and settling with dollars is easier than settling with gold. If you're exporting or importing a lot from a different country, settling at the end in dollars, sending dollars is easier than sending gold. So it made sense. It was good, but you'd have to trust that the Federal Reserve would honor the redeemability of these dollars to gold if ever you wanted to do so. So that was the first outcome from the Bretton Woods conference. There was also the creation of the International Monetary Fund. So the IMF was created to oversee this new monetary system and make sure that countries are cooperating with one another. Now, when you join the IMF, you have to put in some money in a pool. As of today, there's 190 members in the IMF. And if you face any financial difficulties, then the IMF can be a lender of last resort. So if there's a balance of payment problem, meaning if there's a big imbalance between your imports and exports and you need some funds to settle, the IMF would provide that. Now, one important thing to know about the IMF is it's headquartered in Washington, D.C. And it has been always directed by a European. And the voting power resides with the richest countries. So just something to know about that. Now, the last institution that was created during Bretton Woods was the World Bank. Now, the World Bank is also headquartered in Washington, D.C., but is directed by an American. So the World Bank, historically, always directed by an American, compared to the IMF, which is always directed by a European. Now, the voting power also resides with the richest countries. So very similar setup in terms of where the power resides or where the voting rights resides. Now, the objective or the mission of the World Bank initially was to reconstruct Europe after World War II. Now, once it completed that mission, its mission changed and it became to help poor countries or underdeveloped countries by providing them loans so they can be competitive on the global scale, which is really an amazing thing because here you have, the richest countries that were part of this colonialism era where they attacked, underdeveloped countries and extracted wealth from them. And now they've turned the page where instead of doing that, we're providing them actually with loans and help them be developed and be competitive on the global market. So it's really an amazing thing where we need to put a smiley face here on the World Bank because what a nice institution, right? What an amazing institution where countries that were previously in the colonial era extracting wealth from poorer countries now turn the page and provide funding for these underdeveloped countries to help these countries, compete on a global scale. So, amazing, amazing, amazing thing here. World Bank needs a smiley face because this is an amazing mission to have. So only 25 years after the Bretton Woods Conference, after the implementation of this new exchange system, where different central banks were now holding US dollars as reserves and using US dollars to settle with one another, that these central banks, these other countries, started to realize, hey, we kind of have too many US dollars. And it looks like there's just too many US dollars in circulation. So maybe the US doesn't have all the gold to back up all these dollars. So maybe it's time for us to go and redeem some of our gold, exchange some of the dollars we have for gold before there isn't any left. So that's what these countries, these central banks did. They came running, knocking on the Federal Reserve's door and saying, hey, we want to change some of the dollars for gold. It's $35 for each ounce of gold, right? Here's some dollars. Can we get some gold, please? So there was a bank run on the Federal Reserve, a bank run on the US. And the US did what usually people do when there's a bank run on their institution. They said, hey, sorry, can't do it. So they defaulted here. The US defaulted on their promise because the promise is these dollars that you guys can use are backed up by gold that we have. But when these countries came and said, okay, we want some of the gold, the US said, sorry, no, can't do it. So this is a default. So the president at the time was Richard Nixon. So we're going to play here his address to the public at the time, which is very popular because this is the end of the gold standard.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States. Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you? Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation. If you want to buy a foreign car or take a trip abroad, market conditions may cause your dollar to buy slightly less. But if you are among the overwhelming majority of Americans who buy American-made products in America, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today. The effect of this action, in other words, will be to stabilize the dollar.
So this was President Richard Nixon in 1971. And that's when we came off the gold standard. So there's a few things to discuss from this video. So the first thing he says is we have to protect ourselves from these speculators. They're the problem, these speculators who want to redeem the dollars that we said were redeemable to gold, and they want to redeem them for gold. Like, how dare they? Instead of saying we just don't have the gold, we can't convert all these dollars to gold. So this is how he starts off the video, and then he says it's temporary, which is also not the case. That was the end of the gold standard. Dollars were never allowed to be redeemed for gold ever after that by anyone. So that was not temporary. It was the end of the gold standard. And here we have the complete breaking from gold to money. After that point, after 1971, the link between gold and money was completely broken. Since the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, the link was getting thinner and thinner and thinner, but it was still there. Even if regular people could not convert their dollars to gold, other countries and other central banks could convert the dollars to gold. And even though the conversion rate changed at one point, it was still convertible. So there was still a link. So the US could not create too many units. They were, but they could not create an infinite amount. There still was a link. But after 1971, that link was completely broken. and now dollars had no link to gold at all. This is why in the beginning of the course, when we said this form of money only existed for 53 years, well, it's because at the time of recording this, 2024, and that was in 1971, which is, it's at that point that the link between gold and money was completely broken. So 53 years ago from the moment of recording this video. So here we have a money that's backed by nothing anymore with absolutely no link. And it's a different form of money because initially we had these IOUs that were backed by gold. So they just improved on gold. They were a layer 2 solution to gold. And that's how they had value. They had value because we could redeem them for gold. And then those IOUs from different banks were replaced by these Federal Reserve notes, which were the same thing, backed up by gold. Now, the Federal Reserve and the US was creating too many units, and that's worldwide. Every currency issuer was creating too many units than they had in reserves. So it was breaking. The time salability of that money wasn't the same as the time salability of actual gold, but there was still a link. But now, after 1971, the link was completely broken. These are now two different forms of money. They are not one currency that is backed up by a form of money, but now this is a money separate by itself. But it's not really a great form of money because we can create as many of this form of money as we want. It is not time saleable at all. It depreciates with time. It loses value in time because we keep creating more of it. So we would never really want to use this form of money. We would never choose it. And it wasn't chosen. It's under obligation. We are forced to use it. This is what we call fiat money. Fiat money is a Latin word for it shall be or let it be done, which is money by decree, not by choice. It has to be used. So here we are obliged to use this money because it's obliged under the state. The state obliges us to use it. So you have to accept it. If you run a business, you have to accept fiat money. You have to accept it for repayments of debt, and you have to use it to pay your taxes. So it's under obligation to be used. So this is the money we use now, fiat money issued by the state. But also, we're not the only one who are pressured to use it through force. Even on the international scale, it was enforced in a way, and this is known as the petrodollar. So after coming off the gold standard, well, how would the US oblige other countries to keep using the US dollars, right? Because at home, it's easy. Hey, everybody at home, you have to pay your taxes in dollars. You have to accept dollars in any business, and you have to accept dollars for any debt repayment. So you kind of end up using dollars. Now, internationally, the US dollar had this network effect where people were already using it, but how do you maintain them using it? Why would any other country want to use your paper when they know you can just depreciate it? Why would they want to do that? Well, there was the introduction of the petrodollar, where the United States made a deal with Saudi Arabia, the biggest exporter of oil, and they made a deal with them where Saudi Arabia would get their protection, and in exchange, Saudi Arabia would only price oil in dollars and would only accept dollars for oil. So since the whole world imported oil from Saudi Arabia, it created a demand and a continuation of use of the US dollar. So the use of US dollar was a little bit by force internationally and at home. So a little bit different than previous forms of money that were chosen by the people. Initially this currency had to be backed up by gold, a form of money that was chosen by the people to have any value. But now that that link was broken, making sure that that money continues being used required some type of coercion in a way. Now, the last thing President Richard Nixon said in the video was this boogabaroo. I got to start using this expression, this boogabaroo of devaluation, because everybody knows about it. Everybody knows that if you use a form of money that you can create as many units of, it's going to be debased. And he says, this isn't true. Don't believe that. Your dollar is going to be able to buy for you the same amount of dollars. So let's see if that's true. So here we have the buying power of $1 over time. You see from the 1800s, let me zoom in here. All right, are we good? Yeah. From the 1800s, it was pretty stable. The dollar actually gained in buying power. It just fluctuated normally, right? At the creation of the Federal Reserve, 1913, the dollar started losing buying power. For the first time, it went this low. And then when we came off the gold standard, which was here, completely debased. Dollar can't buy you anything anymore. So that was just not true. It's not because the president of the US says so that it's true. And he says it's technical. It's actually not very technical. It's very basic, actually. Here's the buying power. Here's the inflation of a dollar. During the 1800s, again, some of the best growth periods in history. Absolutely stable. Creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913 here. And you can see the debasement taking action and inflation going up. And then since 1917, when we came off the gold standard, here's the inflation. Look at this. So absolutely not true. And this is why the price of gold initially was stable. And then when they changed the amount of dollars for gold to $35 per ounce of gold, it went up. And here, 1971, when we came off the gold standard, the price of gold to dollars skyrocketed. And ever since then, the amount of money that the US has created, this is what it looks like. So this is the amount of monetary base, how many units of money the US has created. And you can see from 1971, they're creating faster and faster, more units of US dollars. And then during the financial crisis of 2008, they've created way many more units to support the market. And this is where we're at now, 5.8 trillion in monetary base. And you can see how it's going faster, right? It's debasement slow in the beginning and fast in the end, which we've seen. And if you look at the M2 money supply, which includes bank money, so money that's created by bank through lending, we are now at $20.8 trillion of money creation, and we continuously create more units of money. So this is where we're at now. Fiat currency, paper with different numbers on it, which are supposed to mean different values, 180 different currencies, where each year a few of these currencies get completely debased and hyperinflated away. And the rest of them get debased a little bit every year as well. And this is what we have as money right now. Money that is totally controlled by the state, money that is continuously debased and does not preserve buying power at all. And this is how we got to here, where money was captured little by little by the state, and then completely in 1971. And this is what we're left with. This is the money we're left with right now. So we finally made it to part 2, the current state of money. Now, sorry, I know the first part was a little bit long, but we really needed to go through the history of money to understand all these different concepts that we've talked about. But now that we've done so, we're ready to talk about the current state of money, the money we have now. So this part is shorter. It's only 3 sections. The first section, section 5, is called the fiat standard. So instead of the gold standard, this is fiat money. We're talking about the fiat standard. How does this money work? How is it created? Then section 6, we're going to be talking about the impacts of the fiat regime. What are the impacts of using this form of money on us, on society? Then section 7, we're going to be talking about one form of money that's been floating around. So this is going to be pretty much it, because I know you guys are eager to get into the later half of this course. So let's get into it. Section 5, the fiat standard, first lecture. How is money even created? So this is something we're going to be answering. Here you have one of those famous memes from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. So he is the chair of the Federal Reserve at the moment. And you always have this meme where he has a money printer and he's just printing money. And people always wonder, like, well, how does the US, does the Federal Reserve create money? Do they have a printer in the basement? When the government needs some money, does Jerome Powell go in the basement and crank up the printing machine? Do they go snip, cut some trees, make some paper, get some ink, print some money? How does it work? Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Because often you ask people today, well, how is this money created? And it's a little bit confusing. But it doesn't need to be that confusing. So, let's start off this. Let's actually start off this section with a video, as we've had with the previous one, with the previous sections. And let's actually ask this question to somebody who might know a thing or two about money. So let's see if we can get a good answer from Jared Bernstein, very accomplished economist, works in the White House. He's the chief economic advisor to the current administration. Okay, so knows a thing or two about economics and obviously about how money is created. So let's see his answer, if we can get a good answer from him here.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
Wow. Okay, so hopefully we're going to do a better job explaining how money is created in this section. So here, we're going to explain how money is created very easily in one simple lecture, which is going to be in the next lecture. Because in this lecture, we're going to be talking about bonds. Because it's important to understand bonds, to understand how money is created under the fiat standards. So, one misconception that there is that the US government creates money, can print money, which is not true. US government cannot print money, cannot create money, cannot increase the money supply. The only thing the US government can do is borrow money. Just like you can borrow money or I can borrow money, the US government can borrow money. Then who creates money? Well, the Federal Reserve can issue more currency, can increase the money supply. So the Federal Reserve is the one who can create more money. Now, the Federal Reserve and the US government are two separate institutions. It's not a private institution, but it's not a public institution either. It's a mix of both, but they're separate, right? And the only thing the US government can do is borrow money. So this is why we're going to explain bonds first. So what are bonds? Bonds are just a way to borrow money. If you sell a bond, that means you're borrowing money. If you buy a bond, that means you're lending money to somebody. So let's see a little example of bonds, just to explain how it is. So if we take a look at a bond of $10,000 face value, that means that's the amount of the bond, a term of 5 years, and an interest of 4%. If you sell that bond, right, that means you're borrowing $10,000. And it means that you will pay back the $10,000 in 5 years, and you'll give interest of 4%. So if we take a look at a timeline of 5 years, if you sell a bond of $10,000 face value, at time zero, the moment you sell it, you're going to get $10,000, right? You sold the bond, so you borrowed money, okay? The person who bought the bond from you lends you that money. So when you sell a bond, you get the face value right away. But then each year, you're going to have to pay 4% interest to the person who bought that bond from you. So at the end of the first year, you're going to pay $400 of interest. End of second year, you pay another $400 of interest. End of third year, you pay another $400 of interest. Fourth year, same thing. And the fifth year, you pay $400 of interest, plus you pay the principal back of $10,000. That's it. That's a bond. It's another way of speaking about a loan, right? So you always hear people say, well, the government is selling bonds. That's right. They're selling bonds, so they're borrowing money. Now, we're going to talk about who is buying these bonds in a little bit, but this is just something to understand. Companies sell bonds. Anybody can sell a bond, really, any institution, governments, states. Now, you often hear treasuries when talking about bonds from the government. It's the same thing, really. So don't get confused about all of this when you hear treasuries or you hear government bonds. It's the same thing. It's just a loan agreement. It's borrowing that the company does. So when you sell a bond, you borrow money. And the state sells a lot of bonds to borrow money. That's how they get money to use. They don't print it, they borrow it. And then when you buy a bond, you lend the money to the issuer of that bond. So that's all that bonds are. Now that you understand that, in the next lecture, we're going to explain how money is created. So how does the state debase money in order to use some of it towards their own needs and goals? Well, since they cannot create money themselves, they cannot print money themselves, the only way they can acquire money is through borrowing. So they only acquire money through borrowing. And they do that by selling treasuries. Now, treasuries are bonds, like we just talked about in the previous lectures. Bonds, it's just that bonds can be issued by a lot of different institutions. Corporations can issue bonds. So when the state issues bonds, they're called treasuries. That's all. Now, you often hear like T-bills, like treasury bills. These are just government-issued bonds that have a short maturity. They mature within 1 month to 1 year. Or you'll hear T-notes, treasury notes. These, again, are government-issued bonds, but have a maturity between 2 years to 10 years. Or you'll hear T-bonds, so treasury bonds. These are, again, government-issued bonds, but have a maturity of 20 or 30 years. So whenever you hear treasury something, they're government-issued bonds, but have a different maturity. So they're all government-issued bonds with different maturities. That's what treasuries are. So the government issues treasuries and in return get cash, and they can use that cash to spend on whatever they want. So whenever they're running a deficit, meaning they're spending more than they're collecting in taxes, they borrow the difference to be able to spend it. So they do that by issuing these treasuries. Now, we know that the Federal Reserve is the only institution that can create money out of thin air. So here the Federal Reserve can just print some money out of thin air and buy these treasuries. Now the state has money, it can spend it on whatever they want. And for the Federal Reserve, well, their balance sheet balances, because on their balance sheet, the money they created is a liability. They need to get it back at one point and burn it. But they have an asset of an equivalent amount now, which is these treasuries. So their balance sheet balances. And later on, when the state pays it back, that bond is going to expire. It's going to be removed from their balance sheet. They're going to get the cash back from the state and they'll burn the cash. So their balance sheet is always going to balance. And you know what? Meanwhile, they're actually getting some interest on it from the state, which they're going to end up kicking back to the treasury. But that's how the system works. Now, since 1971, how much money has the Federal Reserve borrowed? I have a chart here. So since 1971, up until now, well, the state has been borrowing more and more and more and more funds. The state has borrowed over $34 trillion up until now. And you can see after 1971, the speed at which they're borrowing just keeps increasing. I think the next $1 trillion that they're going to be borrowing is going to be in the next 90 days. And every time they borrow the next trillion at a faster pace than the previous trillion. So, because there is no constraint anymore. So the state can just continuously borrow more and more and continuously run deficits. I think throughout all this period, there's only 4 years where they actually didn't borrow and they paid off a little bit of the debt. So how does this work here? We're actually, when I said it worked like this, I kind of lied a little bit. I just wanted to just simplify it in the beginning. But the reality is the Federal Reserve is not allowed to buy treasuries from the state. If you actually go on the Federal Reserve's website, they clearly say that. They say the Federal Reserve does not purchase new treasury securities directly from the US Treasury. They do not do that here on black and white. So this is not true how it works. And why? Why do they not do that directly? Because if they did, then people would realize like, hey, well, that's the equivalent of you printing your own money. It's like, okay, you're telling us you can't print your own money, but you have the Federal Reserve that just prints money and then gives it to you for these bonds that you give it. So it's the same thing. So they cannot do that because they want the, I guess, illusion of separation where these are two separate institutions. And the Federal Reserve has their own mandate. The mandate of the Federal Reserve is full employment and price stability. So if that's their mandate, they're not the lending arm of the state. That's not their job. Their job is just for the economy, is to make sure, hey, we have stable prices, so low inflation and full employment. And they have nothing to do with us. So how it actually works is there's a few steps. The state actually sells bonds, issue treasuries, and sells it to commercial banks. These are called primary dealers, some of like these big banks. And these big banks are able to buy the treasuries from the state at a good price. Usually they get a little bit of a deal to get, these are the first buyers of these treasuries. And once they buy them, now the Federal Reserve can buy the treasury from these commercial banks on the open market like anybody else. So it's a competitive bidding system where they can bid for the treasury like anybody else. Like you can buy them, I can buy them, other banks, other states could buy them. So the Fed is just another player like everybody else. And then the Federal Reserve can buy the treasury from the commercial banks. Now the commercial banks have more money, so the commercial banks can buy bonds again from the state. And then the Fed, if they want, they can buy again treasuries from these commercial banks. So there's like one extra step here. And, this extra step is, in all honesty, a way to like make it seem that the Federal Reserve is completely separate from the state. But, the reality is when you look at the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, it's about 70% of it is treasuries. And before 2008, almost 100% of it was just treasuries. That's the only thing they bought. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. But they're also the biggest holder of treasuries. I think they have 1/7 of all treasuries at the time of recording this. Now, other institutions have treasuries. Like if you're a big bank and you have cash, why not have it in treasuries? Treasuries, if you want a short-term treasury, it's as good as cash, but you're going to be earning some interest. If you're a country, if you're China, and you get a lot of USDs because you export a lot to the United States, those USDs that you're keeping in reserves in your central bank, well, you might just buy treasuries with them and get some interest out of them. So you lend that money to the states, and these countries like Japan, the UK, China, they have a lot of treasuries as well. So this is how the system works, where you have the state that sells treasuries. A lot of participants buy these treasuries because they're as good as cash, but they provide a little bit of interest. So they're happy to hold them. And the Federal Reserve is also always going to be there if there's ever a need for them to flood the market with excess cash, they will do that. They will buy some treasuries and print some cash and put that cash within the banking system, which reinfuses the banking system to be able to buy more treasuries. So this is how the system works, where the state acquires money by borrowing it, and the Federal Reserve inputs money in the system by buying these treasuries. Now, the banking system multiplies this money through fractional reserve banking, which we've talked about earlier. And this is what leads to the deficit we have right now. There's actually a clock for the deficit that we can look at. Here it is. usdebtclock.org. You can go on this website. At the time of recording this, the US national debt is 34,728,445,000,000 and 600K. And actually, no, 700K. And actually, no, 800K. So that's how fast the debt is growing. That's how fast they're borrowing. And here we have an extra million. So when you're going to watch this video, we're going to be over, well, it's going to be several trillions over that, probably, depending on when you watch it. But the speed at which we're borrowing is continuously increasing. Now, you might wonder, why is the system set up like this? Why are we going through all of this stuff? Why would the state borrow money that itself could print? Why doesn't it just print the money itself? Why go through all of this? Well, you have to remember that this money didn't come about by being, crafted in a laboratory as being the ideal form of money. No, it came about. It was initially, money was gold initially. And then there was IOUs used on gold. Then the state used these Federal Reserve notes that are backed up by gold. Then all of a sudden, they delinked it from gold, but they didn't want it to be like, hey, this is money that we can create now. So it was like, okay, the separate institution creates it and we can just borrow it like anybody else. So there needed to be this separation where the state didn't want to show that they're the ones creating the money, that they actually had to borrow it. So that's why a lot of people don't understand, why don't we just print it? Well, because if the state printed the money, it would have no value. Nobody would trust it. So there needed to be a separation where the institution that prints it is a separate institution that has nothing to do with the state, because the state wants to spend money. And this institution, its objective is, hey, price control, no inflation, no high inflation, and, good economic stability. So this is the reason. But that's it. This is how money is created. It's not as complicated. The state borrows funds. The Fed creates money and buys treasuries. And that's it. Now, you might have noticed that this form of money isn't a commodity anymore. Unlike gold, unlike silver, unlike cowrie shells, this here is a credit. It's not a commodity. So here we're going to be introducing a credit theory of money, which is a theory of money that says, hey, money has to be credit. It cannot be a commodity. So we're going to discuss this quickly here. This is a credit unit because when you have one, it's an asset for you, it's somebody else's liability. And it goes like this all the way up to the Federal Reserve and to the government. If they have cash, somebody else has a liability of that cash. So it's credit units. And it's not something hard to understand. Let's just imagine a scenario where we live in a small society and somebody comes and mows my lawn. I take a piece of paper, I write on it IOU, and I put my name on it, and I give it to them. And this is a credit. I will give them a credit that I, in return, will owe them 1 hour of work. I'll go and I'll work for them for 1 hour. So I am indebted to them. So credit theory says that these credits are somebody else's debts. And that's it. And maybe somebody else comes and, cooks for me. And it takes them 1 hour. And I'll write an IOU, I'll give it to them. I'll tell them here, this IOU issued by me for 1 hour of work. I owe you, I'll work for you 1 hour whenever you want. And here it is. And that's a credit. And I'm indebted to them. And if one day I go and I work this hour, I can take back this credit and I can throw it in the garbage. So that's really credit. Now, would you trust my credit units? Imagine I start giving out credit units to everybody and there's thousands of them. Maybe I'm not going to be able to redeem all of them. So I have to be able to redeem them. So you wouldn't trust an individual to issue credit units. You wouldn't even trust a company because maybe a company goes bankrupt. And this is why credit theorists say that, well, governments, since they are all powerful, long-lasting, they're the only institutions that can issue credit units. And because they can force the use of these credit units because they can collect taxes only in these units. So that's what credit theorists believe. But not only that, they believe that money has always been credit and it was never actually a commodity. And when you think about it, they might not be wrong. So let me just pull something up here. When we look at the history of money and all the forms of money we looked at, the first form of money that existed were credit types of forms of money. They're just writings on clay tablets, noting credits for different things, which that is what credit money is. Like today, when you have money in your bank account, it's just a credit on a ledger at the bank. And then the central bank is going to have ledger of reserves that these banks have. It's all just ledgers accounting, a way to account. So credit theorists say that, you know what, even when we used cowrie shells, even when we used gold, that was just a way to represent that credit. Because when you use something like this, a clay tablet, you can use it in a closed system with a small amount of people you're going to trust. But when you start transacting with somebody you don't know and that you're never going to meet again, so bigger societies, international, you're not going to trust, their ledger. You need something physical that you can take with you that represents that IOU. So for credit theorists, even when people use cowrie shells, it's like if you had IOU written on this cowrie shell. It's an IOU that's transferable. When somebody had it, they knew that this person did work and has a credit, and you can see that credit. So, credit theorists are not wrong. You could view money as just being credit. But credit theorists also believe that because money is credit, then it has to be government or state-issued money, because they are the only ones that are long-lasting and they can issue credit, and that commodities could never be money. And then you have people who really believe in the commodity theory of money and believe that money can only be a commodity because it needs to have the properties of money, which a credit type of money could not have. So it has to be a commodity. And you have Nobel Prize economists that argue for both sides. And the reality is that if you look at history, there are clear moments where credit was used as money and only credit. And there are clear moments that it's commodity that's used as money. And again, credit theorists will say, well, even when commodity was used as money, it's just a physical representation of that credit. Now, the reality is it's not if it's a credit or if it's a commodity that makes it money. It's if it requires work to produce. So money can be credit. It can be a commodity. That's not what makes money money. What makes money money is the requirement of work to produce it. That's what makes something money. Now, the problem with credit money usually is there's an issuer of that credit. And you would have to trust that issuer to not create too many of it. Versus commodity money, that the nature issues the amount. The properties of money are given by nature. We cannot manipulate them. So we would prefer to trust that than trusting a central institution that has the power to issue more units. And this is why throughout history, commodity money were more often used. But the reality is money can be credit, money can be a commodity, as long as it requires work to produce. Now, when it comes to payments in fiat, one misconception that there is that when you send money to somebody, it goes directly from you to the individual. If I want to send somebody money, it goes directly to them. Or if I want to purchase something from a merchant, it goes directly through them. But the reality is it doesn't work this way. When you send somebody money, it usually goes from you to a corporation. For example, if you're using PayPal, Stripe, whatever corporation, then that corporation has to use, the regular banking rails and communicate through a bank. And that bank communicates through the bank of the person you're trying to send to money. And that bank has to communicate with the other corporation. And then that individual gets the money. So even though if I send you money, for example, through an app, and you seem to receive it right away, it shows on your app that you received it. You haven't actually received it yet. In the background, this money has to traverse the the traditional banking rails, and it takes time to settle. That's why sometimes when you pay with something with your Visa card, it shows up as it's still not processed yet. And it could take days. It usually takes days for it to settle. And there's risk if you're a merchant and somebody's paying with a Visa card, that payment might bounce in a few days. So one thing to know is that the actual settlement period with the current system we have is long. And that's if you're transacting locally. If you transact abroad and you need to wire transfer money to a different country, settlement is even longer. And not only that, there's a lot of fees. There are rent seekers. These are institutions and corporations that take a little bit of money at every hop at these little transactions. So for example, if you buy something and you use your Visa card, there is a over 2% fee that is charged to the merchant. And everybody who's using their credit cards, which right now we're used to using just credit cards, at every transaction, the merchant pays that. Now, when the merchant pays that amount, they have no choice but to increase the price that we pay by that amount. So in the end, we're actually paying for it. We're paying higher costs because of these rent seekers. It's something that people don't realize. And this is why often credit cards will give you a cashback. So you use the card, but that cashback is smaller than what they're actually charging the merchant, which again ends up being translated to higher costs that you pay yourself. So when you look at payments in fiat, you have to remember that actual settlement time and fees are actually high, even though it appears to be low. This isn't the case. There has not been a lot of innovations and improvements on that in the last decades. So what are the impacts of the fiat regime? What are the impacts of this form of money? This is what we're going to be discussing in this section. And this is why this section is the most important section of this first half part of the class. Because at the end of the day, that's what we truly care about. It's how is this form of money impacting us, impacting society? Because if the impact is positive, then that's it. The class is done. So that's what we need to discuss, because that's the important thing for us. At the end of the day, properties of money, characteristics of money, different theories of money, it's not the thing that really matters for us. What matters for us is how this is impacting us. So what do you do when the money you use doesn't store value, which is the most important function, characteristic of money, that it stores value? Well, you got to find something else that does. So you got to flee and use this money as soon as you can to get something else that might store value. And this is what we call the rise of everything, or the everything bubble, or as we like to call it, the flee from fiat, because that's what it is. As soon as you get cash, because it doesn't store value, you got to find something else that has a limited supply and purchase that thing. And this is why everything is going up in price. For example, if you take a look at the S&P 500, continuously going up. But when you correlate it to the global M2 money supply, that you see that the correlation with the money supply is perfect. We create more units of money, things go up, home prices go up. During the pandemic, you look at Pokemon cards, they were going up. Rolex watches, Chanel bags, anything that had a limited supply was going up. So in a situation where money doesn't store value, you have to flee it and find anything else that stores value. Now, one of the things that is often used as a store of value now instead of money is homes. And it makes sense, right? Because when you look at a situation where you have a specific amount of money supply in the economy and a specific amount of homes, let's say this is a waterfront property, right? It's on the beach. We cannot make more of those. There's just a limited supply. And if you take a look at this same economy, for example, 10 years later, you're going to still have the same amount of supply of waterfront properties, but you're going to have way more currencies. So what would you like to own? Would you like to own this that has a limited supply, or would you like to own this unit here that there's going to be way more of, and thus yours is going to give you a smaller claim on total goods and services available? You'd want the home. Now, not only would you want the home, but why not even take on debt and borrow those funds? Because if I can borrow, let's say this home is $100,000. If I can borrow $100,000 and pay them back in 10 years, paying back $100,000 in 10 years is going to be easier because in 10 years, there's going to be so many more paper units that $100 are going to be easier to acquire, right? And the home, that home that's $100,000, or maybe in the future, because we created 5 times more money, is going to be $500,000. And my debt is still going to be fixed at $100,000. So it only makes sense to borrow in dollars because dollars get depreciated. And I'm going to have to pay that same fixed amount of dollars in the future when there's more dollar units and it's easier to acquire. So you want to bet against the currency, borrow in the currency, and buy assets that have limited supply. And that's what people did. That's what people did, and it makes sense to do that. And this is why when you take a look at national home prices and M2 money supply, you can see that there is a correlation. Sometimes you have this home prices that just run away and come back and are supported by the amount of money in the economy. So things like homes that are supposed to have just utility value. People bought homes and rented homes pre-Federal Reserve for their use as being a home. They usually wouldn't even have to borrow funds. They didn't get a mortgage to buy a home. You could just save up and buy a home. But as money got depreciated, things like homes started acquiring monetary value, where people used them not because of their utility, what they wanted them for, but because they stored value. So since money itself doesn't store value anymore, then we need to find something else and use it to store value. So things that aren't supposed to have monetary value are now having monetary value, where you're using them not just for their utility, but as a store of value. And that's what homes have become. They've become a store of value. It's somebody's retirement. So you need to have a home. You need to buy a home because that's the only way you can really retire. And homes are now have more and more monetary value than utility value. So the impact of running away from fiat and trying to find anything really to store value has a lot of impacts on us. And we're going to see one of those in the next lecture. So the 2008 financial crisis is caused by the fiat regime. And this specific crisis, also known as the Great Recession, was the biggest recession since the Great Depression. So nothing too small here. But this crisis has a lot of meaning to us for this class, but also for a lot of other people. This moment in time, for a lot of people, was in a way the death of the real economy. Let's explain why. Well, first of all, what was it caused by? It was caused by real estate, by mortgages, by bad mortgages. So like we've talked about, it only made sense to purchase a home, and it's only made sense to take a loan to purchase that home. And that's what people did. Ever since the Great Depression, home prices in the United States were continuously going up. So it only made sense, even if you have a bad job, even if you have low income, just buy a home. Because what's the worst that can happen? Its price is just going to be up. Even if you lose your job, so what? The price of your home is going to go up. And as a lender, it only made sense to lend somebody who wants to buy a home, even if they have bad credit, even if they have low income, even if they have no income. Because what's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to take back the home and it's going to be worth more. So it only made sense. So I'm going to play a quick video here about this.
Banks and the brokers were getting their money up front in fees. So the more they wrote, the more they made.
They stopped checking whether the income was even real. They turned to low and no doc loans, so-called liar's loans, and jokingly referred to as ninja loans. No income, no job, no assets, and they were still willing to lend.
But help me out here. How does that make sense for the lender? It would seem to be reckless in the extreme.
It was, but the key assumption underlying the willingness to do this was that home prices would keep going up forever. And in fact, home prices nationwide had never declined since the Great Depression.
On the way up, everyone wanted in. No one expected to feel any pain.
So it only really made sense for you to purchase a home. And it made sense for lenders to lend you that money. And actually, it didn't even seem bad for lenders because on the back end, they had these financial wizards, these financial engineers that would take these mortgages, group them together, and create a security, a mortgage-backed security that seemed to have less risk than the individual mortgages themselves. And there was CDOs and other things that they did where they would take mortgages that, were mortgages by people who had very low income. And all of a sudden, by putting them together, it would seem that this mortgage-backed security was AAA rated and was higher quality than it actually is. There was actually at the time some videos where people were showing how they got a mortgage under their cat's name. So institutions weren't really checking anymore who they were lending money to. There's a really funny movie that if you haven't watched, you should, called The Big Short, that talks about the crisis and is funny and explains a lot of this at the same time while being really funny. But that's what happened. So at one point, when the bubble popped, when prices of homes started going down because people who owned these homes couldn't actually afford them and couldn't pay, and as prices started going down, the whole system started to crumble, because then these mortgage-backed securities that all these large financial institutions had on their books were actually worthless. And when banks realized that, and there was a bank run of bank runs, so instead of people running from the banks running from other banks, knowing that, hey, what they have on their balance sheet is worth nothing, the whole financial system came to a halt. And that's globally, because that was spreading globally. So the biggest financial crash in the history of the world, okay, it happened then. So what does the Federal Reserve do? Well, what it always does, bails out the banks at the cost of users of the money. So they print an enormous amount of money and give it to these financial institutions. So here you have the decentralization of losses, right? Because when these banks make money, it's centralized. They keep the money. They don't give it to users of money, they just keep it. But when they lose money, who takes on the losses? It's decentralized. It's all of us, the users of the money. So that's what they did. The Federal Reserve bailed out the banks. And these banks, the CEOs of these banks left with golden parachutes, millions and millions of dollars, paid by users of the money. So when the bubble popped, the Federal Reserve did something unprecedented. This is the monetary base. They created an enormous amount of money. This is 2008 to bail out the bank. This is base money. They just, within, I guess, weeks here, doubled the amount of monetary base. And this is how much the monetary base has been growing since. But you can see the shift. Now, what did they do with this money? Well, usually the Federal Reserve would buy treasuries up until 2008. And now the Federal Reserve bought these mortgage-backed securities. So here they did something new, where they realized, okay, you banks have something on your books that is worth absolutely nothing. It's okay. We'll take it off your hands. We'll print a lot of money, and here's the money for it. You guys can keep the money. So bailed out. Now these banks are recapitalized. They have a lot of reserves. They have a lot of money. Now that created another problem, because now you have these banks that usually have very low reserves. This is the reserve rate in the banking system. And this is by design, because at the time, the way the Federal Reserve set its target rate is by the way different banks would borrow from each other at the overnight rate. I'm not going to get into it. So keeping the reserve was something done by design. But now, the Federal Reserve had given all these banks so much money that these banks had a lot of reserves. So now there's another danger. Well, if these banks have a lot of reserves, they can turn around, lend it, and there's going to be huge inflation. So the Federal Reserve implemented something new where they said, okay, well now, you guys, we're going to give you interest on your reserves. Keep your reserves at the Federal Reserve, and we're going to give you interest on it. That way you don't spend it, and that way this is how we're going to set interest rates based on the rate we're going to give you in that account. So there's like changes that are being done. And this change now, because of this change, now for the first time ever, the Federal Reserve is losing money, because usually they would always get interest from the treasuries and they wouldn't really have a lot of costs. But now they have to pay interest on all of these reserves that banks are keeping with them. but they're making less because interest rates are high now. So they're paying a lot of fees, but what they're getting from the treasuries are low. So they're actually losing money for the first time. So everything that the Federal Reserve is doing is reactionary to what's happening. And every time it's just creating more money and coming up with another way to fix things. But that way of fixing something creates another issue down the line, right? It's like if you have a home that has really bad foundation, and every few years it's going to fall, and you come up and you bring some plywood and you start hammering that section and fixing it up, and you do that and it causes another issue. And this is what the financial system is like now, where we're always on the lookout of the next financial crash, which is going to be bigger than the previous one, because the system itself isn't working. We're going to actually play another video here by Robin Williams, which I think is funny and, is explanatory here.
I talk to them about being like a group of junkies who've relapsed, going, listen, man, I just need some liquidity, you know what I'm saying? I just ran into some bad subprime, you know? We just had complex formulas. We just didn't factor in greed and panic, you know? I just need $805 billion by Tuesday. Yeah, no, seriously. No, I would not screw you again. It's pretty crazy.
I've learned my lesson.
No, baby, this is not like the other time. No, seriously, I just throw me a bad here, baby.
Just give me,
help me out.
Just give me a little bit.
Yeah, just a taste. That's all I need is a taste. I need $2.5 trillion. I'll pay you back.
Get me through 1 week.
Yeah, it's like they're going to print out a new $20 bill. The new Geithner $20 bill will be, instead of "In God We Trust," it'll just say "Trust me." And it'll be the little man from Monopoly going like this.
So it was known at the time that this just didn't make any sense. And this caused a lot of resentment towards the system, where you had a lot of riots worldwide. You had the Occupy Wall Street movement that came about, and where people worldwide, lost trust in the system. And that moment was the moment where people realized, okay, this experiment that we've been living since 1971 of having a money that can be created out of thin air is not working. And it's the realization where a lot of people wanted the system to change. That, sometimes if a system isn't working, like Robin Williams in this video talking about them being addicted to it. If somebody's using a substance that isn't good for them, if they stop, it's going to be hard, but it's the right thing to do for long-term benefits, right? And this is what a lot of people started realizing, that, look, if we change the system, it might be hard, but it's the right thing to do. We can't continue down this path because it's not working. It's destructive to us, and it's destroying the real economy, because it's not a real economy anymore. It's not an economy based on supply and demand in any aspect. So the pricing mechanism was completely broken, and the price of things didn't mean anything anymore. Interest rates set by the Federal Reserve were never in alignment with what interest rates based on supply and demand would be. And people just came to the realization that, okay, well, this is not a real economy here. This is an economy based on financial manipulation and not based on actual supply and demand for things. So another impact of the fiat regime is that we are now in a debt-based rat race. So fiat incentivizes taking on debts. This is something that wasn't the case before. Pre-Federal Reserve, if you wanted to buy a home, most people would not take on debt to buy a home. They would save and be able to purchase a home. Today, this is something that's impossible. If you try to save to purchase a home, by the time you save that amount, the home's price is going to be multiple times that amount. So it's impossible. And with time, we can no longer save for any purchases, really. Now, if you want to purchase a car, you also have to get that financed. And this is growing more and more, that when you buy other things, even smaller things, you also have to get debt financing to purchase these things. You want to go buy a new couch. You want to buy a new dishwasher. You're going to get it financed. I don't know if you've seen before, but some people when they buy groceries, there are apps that finance buying the groceries. You can buy some Mountain Dew and pay in 4 easy installments over the next months. So this way of purchasing is growing, and it's getting worse and worse. But it makes sense, because if fiat loses purchasing power, then you want to take on debt to purchase whatever you're purchasing, because paying it off later is going to be easier than paying it now, because later money is going to be worth less, it's going to be more abundant, so it's going to be easier for you to acquire more of. What this causes is it causes us to finance everything. All purchases become finance. So right now, if you're a young individual, you go to school, you get that financed. You have student loan debts. You finish school and you buy a car, that's financed. And you buy a home, that's financed. So you have a lot of debts that you need to pay. And that debt, you need to maintain constant revenue to service those debt payments. This is not an option. And you, in a way, become a kind of a debt slave, where you're working and you have to work to pay that debt, which is a different way of living than when you live with money that has value in itself. If you're living in a time where you're using gold and silver, if you have a few gold coins and a few silver coins in your pocket, that's value you have. It has value, and it has value forever. But today, you have a car and a home, and you owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt on them, and you don't feel the same way because you are in debt. So that has a lot of social and psychological impacts, knowing that you're in debt, knowing you have a debt to pay, and knowing that there is always risk. Maybe your home isn't going to be worth what it's supposed to be worth. So living life under debt is not nice, because you are under debt. Just the word of it, you are indebted to someone. You are indebted. It's in the word. It's not a nice way of living, but it's the only way to live now, because whatever you want to buy now, you have to get in debt to purchase it. It's the only way that makes sense. And that causes you to have this constant stress, that you always need to maintain revenue to pay these debts. And it's not a nice way to live. So another impact of the fiat regime is inequality and discrimination. And this is caused by the Cantillon Effect. So the Cantillon Effect basically means that when you're closer to the money printer, when you're closer to the source of new issued money, you benefit more from it than when you are further away from it. For example, if you're somebody who gets government contracts, you get these new issued currencies before they impact prices, and you can use them before they impact prices, and you can spend them in the economy. Somebody who might get these dollars later on, after they've traversed the economy multiple times, is not going to get the same benefit from them, because prices would have already reflected this new quantity of money. Now, this can also be viewed in many different aspects of the monetary system. For example, if you're somebody who doesn't have a lot of assets, well, if you go to get a mortgage or if you go to get debts, the rate that you're going to be paying is going to be higher than somebody who has a lot of assets. So there's this constant discrimination, because the cost of your money that you can get money at is not the same as the cost that somebody else can get money. If you're a corporation, you can get loans at extremely low prices, which you would never be able to get those. So depending on where you live, you could be closer or further away from the money printer. And even different countries can be further or closer. So for example, right now, I live in Canada. Canada's closer to the source of money from the United States than, for example, the country where I was born, which is Egypt, which is way further away. So as countries that are closer to the money printer benefit more from it. But even within those countries, different individuals could be closer or further away from this new source of money. And this causes a lot of inequality and discrimination. When you look at the aggregate income for lower, upper, mid-class since the 1970s, there is a clear change where upper income is growing, people who are richer are becoming richer, and lower income just have no way out, and middle income or middle class is going down. And again, this is caused because of the fiat regime, because the fiat regime by design benefits people who have more assets, who are richer, because they are able to get better credit, and people who are richer are able to purchase assets that grow, that are inflation protected, that grow when there is inflation, while people who are poorer have fixed incomes, and incomes lag inflation. So it's almost impossible for them to have or gain the amount of assets that the upper class has, and is constantly putting them at a disadvantage. Now, one misconception that people have is, people who have not a lot of assets at all, or don't have any money, they often don't care, or they might say, well, look, why would I care about inflation? I don't have any money to be inflated away. What am I going to get taxed? I don't care. But in reality, inflation benefits people who have assets, because these assets are inflation protected. It's income that isn't inflation protected. So these individuals, when there is inflation, they're happy because their income becomes negligible, and the growth of their asset is where they make their money, where they literally don't need to work anymore, because the value of the assets that they hold are going to grow at such a fast rate that that's where wealth comes from. And this causes a lot of inequality and discrimination and resentment in people. So another impact of the fiat regime is central planning and malinvestments. Now, central planning is the root cause of a lot of issues we have with the fiat regime. It's one of the biggest problems, actually. Because when you look at central planning, what does central planning means to start? Well, it just means that the state centrally plans and allocates resources instead of letting users do those decisions. So when you compare a free market where individuals choose where to allocate resources, here you have the state, which is in the center, not in the corners, not in the outskirts. So instead of having different people with different expertise make different decisions, you have people in the middle who could be experts, but there are a small number of people who have to make decisions and decide where these resources should go. Because at the end of the day, when the state debases money, it uses that money somewhere. You cannot debase money if the money is not used somewhere, if it's not spent. So when the state spends this money, do we end up being more productive in the end? Does it increase productivity more than the debasement caused? Because if the state debases our currency by 50%, but by debasing it, it spends it in a way that we end up being more than twice as much productive, then by all means, keep debasing it. Because in the end, even if our money is debased, if we're more productive and we produce more goods and services, then that money would still be able to purchase for us more goods and services. So in that case, by all means, keep going and keep debasing. But this isn't the case, because we see that the purchasing power of our money is going down. If the state allocated or centrally planned correctly and made good investments that cause productivity to outpace debasement, then our buying power of money would grow, which is not the case. I'm going to play a video from President Jimmy Carter, where he specifically says that.
The government has been spending too great a portion of what our nation produces. The government has...
So that's a really quick video. The government has been spending too great a portion of what our nation produces. So this was something known even in 1978, that the state was already spending too much of what the private sector produces. They were allocating too much instead of letting the market be free. But now, the state is doing more and more of that. The state is deciding where the resources go instead of leaving individuals decide where their funds should go. Now, this does not work for a lot of reasons. For one, at the center, you do not have all the information. A few participants at the center do not have as much information of billions of people across the globe that have more granular data. There's incentive misalignment and also quantity over quality. For example, the state could theoretically hire people to just look at the sky. Just imagine they hire people, 10,000 people, to just look at the sky all day, and they'll pay them to do that. And at the end of the year, if you look at the numbers, at the stats, you would see that the unemployment is lower, so more people are working. But are these people productive? Are they doing something productive? No. So they're a drain on the private sector because they're paid from the private sector. So the state has, and this is a ridiculous example, obviously, but there are a lot of state or government bureaucrats that are not needed, or where resources are allocated in places that are not needed. So when you compare a situation like this versus a situation where you let these people not have a job, and by not having a job, they can look at the market and realize that, okay, well, you know what? Plumbers are paid a lot, so I'm going to be a plumber. And these same 10,000 people work in these different fields, and they'll bring down the price of these other goods and services. And by bringing them down, that leaves more money for us to produce more goods and services. So when the state allocates funds, it's not necessarily where those funds or resources are most needed. So they don't usually have the same incentive for that. While when they leave those resources, those productive capacities end up where they are most needed. Now, the state probably has the best of intentions when centrally planning. Intention isn't the reason why it doesn't work. It's just economics. It's free market economics. So when the state intervenes, the more it intervenes, the less good an economy does. So more central planning leads to less growth, and less central planning leads to more growth. So the fiat regime enables more central planning by design because it enables creating an infinite amount of units and allocating these units. And there is always a reason for the state to allocate these units. There will always be reasons to spend money on different things and on different programs. But when you take the planning out from individuals' hand and you use them, you don't use them where they are most needed. You do not use that productive capacity where it most needs to be in the economy. Another impact of the fiat regime is big industries, or the size of big industries. So big industries are beneficiaries of central planning and the Cantillon Effect of being close to the money printer. So when the state centrally plans and allocates resources, it often gives contracts to some of these big industries. Now, these contracts are very beneficial for these industries because one, they're big. Two, the sum of money that they get, they're able to use it before it impacts prices. Like this new money they get, they spend it at pre-inflation prices. They're able to buy whatever they want. And after they spend that money and this new quantity of money is then reflected in the market, the price of whatever they're buying is now higher. Other market participants have to pay the higher price. So big industries profit from loosening monetary policy. If we create more money, they get more contracts, it's better for them. Now, big industries maintain themselves through this lobbying and spending circle where they get contracts, they make more money. In return, they lobby politicians. They pay politicians on both sides, expecting them in return to give them more contracts. And it continues going, right? They get more contracts, they make even more money, they lobby and they give even more money. And it continues. Now, this causes a lot of problems. It causes these industries to capture policy. They capture policy. And the state or the politicians do not do what's best for the people anymore, but they do what who's paying them wants from them, right? Now, this is possible because of the fiat standard, because the fiat regime enables the state to centrally plan as much as they want. Not that big industries would not exist under sound money, but they would be smaller. now big industries are able to lobby and even have politicians implement new laws that make it harder for small companies to compete. It's often thought about that the state implements all these laws to make it a fair environment for companies to compete. But often, big companies are going to lobby politicians so that politicians add on more laws that make it harder for small companies to even afford getting into that market. So big tech does a lot of this, for example. But one of the most known big industries is the industrial military complex, where the state gives out contracts to defense contractors, and the defense contractors lobbies the state and gives them a lot of money. And this is one of the biggest big industry that everybody knows about. And everybody knows about because a lot of people gain from us going to war. Basically, a lot of companies and a lot of politicians get money back in terms of lobbying. So if the United States goes to war, that means record profits for these defense contractors. They make a lot of money. And in return, they lobby the politicians by giving them a lot of money back. And here the incentive for the state is then to go to war. And this is why often you look at wars and you think, well, do we need to go to this war? Why are we in this war? But politicians really want to be in that war. And that's because they have an incentive for that war. I'm going to play a little video here by Eisenhower. Let's put it up, where he talks about this.
Armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
So you see here, this is President Eisenhower in 1961 talking about how big the industrial military complex has gotten and how dangerous it is and how we have to be very wary of them and be very careful as to not lose control of the democratic process and, go to war all the time because they're pulling the strings. And this is something that's happening now. The industrial military complex has complete control and influence over politicians. And we're often in wars that we do not want to be in, that have no use, that are not productive. You compare these to wars in the past where if you could not acquire resources from the country you're attacking, it would not make sense. Now you can go to wars and extract productive capacity from the people, spend it on wars that are absolutely useless and that the people would not want, because there are some beneficiaries, the defense contractors and the politicians that get lobbied. Now, this is again something that's caused by the fiat regime, because it's only through the fiat regime that we can debase the currency and allocate it toward wars. Again, every war since World War I has been funded by debasement and not through taxation. When you compare that with sound money, where you would need direct taxation to fund the war, a lot of these wars would not happen. And this is something with big industries in general, that they can capture policy. Sugar was considered healthy at one point because this industry had a lot of money to spend and control policy. Cigarettes were considered healthy because that industry had a lot of power at the time, and it's always going to be like that. And even with sound money, it can be like that, but at a way smaller scale. Another impact of the fiat regime is the resources cost of running that system. A lot of people don't realize that running the fiat standard costs a lot of resources. When you compare this to gold, for example, if we use gold as money, it's easy to understand that some percentage of the available productive capacity is going to go and mine for gold. Now, this is wasted resources because this is not a productive endeavor, but it is the cost of using gold as a monetary system. Now, when you use fiat as a monetary system, there are also costs. For example, central banking operations. Every central bank employs thousands of employees. The Federal Reserve employs over 22,000 employees. Multiply that time all the central banks worldwide. All these employees are working and are a cost for running a fiat standard. There's inflation management. People working throughout the financial industry trying to manage inflation, or for companies trying to manage inflation. There is, again, people working in the financial sector as financial intermediaries worldwide, thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that would not be working in that field. When you have 180 different currencies with fluctuating rates, you need a lot of employees to manage that compared to if you have one currency used worldwide. And with big financial markets, you have a lot of insurance employees working in that field that, again, would not be in that field if we were using a different form of money, a single form of money, for example. There's the opportunity cost of all these individuals not working in that field and working in more productive endeavors. Now, a bigger cost is the cost that now everybody has to invest. When you have sound money and you work, you can just keep that money and that's going to hold value. But today, no matter what you do, no matter where you work, you need to learn how to invest. Because if you don't invest, you're never going to retire. You're never going to have funds for later. So every single person on earth has to spend time to learn to invest. And that's wasted productivity. Because at the end, and I know the idea of investing seems nice, that everybody should invest, which is something that's obligatory in today's age. But it wasn't before. Before, you could just focus on what makes you good. If you're a dentist, you can just focus on being a good dentist. You can focus on opening more offices and being better at your job. But today, if you're a dentist, if you make $500,000 in a year, and the next year you make $500,000, then at some point, the money you saved up, it makes sense that you focus more on preserving that and on increasing that than on generating more income. So instead of focusing on your business and being better at your business, now it makes more sense to focus on increasing what you've saved and multiplying it. So then you have a lot of people that waste their time that they could otherwise be using to be more productive on trying to preserve buying power, on trying to store value, because money itself doesn't store value anymore. So this is a cost. And again, I know some people love the idea of investing, but when investing only leads you to preserve buying power that you could have preserved if money was sound, you would have gotten the exact same buying power. You didn't really make anything. You didn't gain anything from that investment except wasted time and attention and effort. Not everybody should be investing because money itself should preserve value, and the costs of that, multiplied time the whole world population is huge. Now, another impact of the fiat regime is the risk of hyperinflation. Now, under sound money, this risk does not exist. But when using an unsound form of money, it is always a risk that one needs to watch out for. Now, depending on which country you live in, you might have experienced some level of hyperinflation or extreme inflation. When you have 180 different currencies, each controlled by a different state that can issue as many currency units as they want, often one or two of these countries will create too many units, and there will be high amounts of inflation and sometimes hyperinflation, where the currency itself loses complete value and individuals using that currency lose that value with them. Every year, there is a case of hyperinflation, and every year there are a few currencies that have extremely high inflation. So this happens all the time. Here is a picture of Zimbabwe in 2008, where by the time you get paid, when you went to spend that money, it would be worthless. So you would have, money would lose value multiple times in a day. And you would have to carry such large amounts of money to buy a loaf of bread. So this happens. And for people who saved in that currency or who had value in that currency, well, they would lose all of that value. Not just part of it, but all of it. Here is pictures in Venezuela. They've had hyperinflation from 2010 up until now. And you can see people making bags out of money and making things out of money because the paper on which the money is printed is worth more than the money itself. Here is, cases where money loses value completely. And this happened because I don't know if you remember our function, the quantity theory of money. When a state creates too many units of money and price levels start to go up rapidly, people realize that there's too much inflation and they start to spend that money more quickly, which increases the velocity. And this causes the price to go up faster. And as the price is going faster, people spend the money as soon as they get it. You get paid, you gotta spend it right away. So when you spend it right away, the velocity is going up, and this here goes out of control and it keeps going. Price goes up, people spend it as soon as they get it. And then the state who wants to spend more money than they get in taxes prints more money, and it just spirals out of control. There's actually, so you will always have risks of hyperinflation. In Lebanon, this has happened in 2019 up until now. And this picture here is of a woman who's robbing her own bank account. This is a fake gun, so it's not a real gun. And this story stuck out to me because this woman's sister had cancer. And this woman needed to get money out of her own account to pay for her sister's cancer treatment. And now when she went to her bank, to her branch, they told her the max they could give her is $200 per month because there was new rules. And that's what the state does when they try to control inflation. So what this is called is capital controls, where the state realizes that, hey, the inflation is going to go out of control and we still want to spend. But if everybody's spending, we're going to have hyperinflation. So let's limit how much people can spend. Let's put some capital controls. For example, you can only withdraw $200 a month or use $200 a month. But at the same time, the state itself is spending. The capital controls are just on you. So this woman here has been told, even after explaining the situation, have been told that the maximum we can give you is $200 per month, which doesn't cover a fraction of what she needed for her sister's treatment. So she went with a fake gun and robbed the bank for her own money. So imagine you live in a world where you do not have access to your own money because the state you're in is trying to control inflation from you spending, but not from them spending, which the inflation is caused by them to begin with. Where you might lose your sister because you cannot use the money that you yourself have worked for, where money doesn't even belong to you in a way, in that way. And this is situations where hyperinflation happens, and it happens all the time. This type of risk only exists under the fiat regime and does not exist if you have sound money. This woman, for example, I think at that time would have loved to have some internet magic money that she can use in a time like this. So another impact of the fiat regime is a neocolonialism. So neocolonialism is a system of economic control designed to extract resources from developing countries. Now, it's different than the regular colonial system where countries had to physically take control of a developing country to extract resources from it. In this system, with neocolonialism, you do that through financial control by offering loans to developing countries that country will not be able to pay off. And through that, you will be able to extract continuously wealth from that country without ever putting boots on the ground. So this system of control, neocolonialism, is implemented through the World Bank. So unfortunately, earlier on when we showed the World Bank and we said, the World Bank, an institution that's created by the richest countries, controlled by the richest countries who usually were part of the colonial system, now created this World Bank and are offering funds, are offering loans to developing countries to help them. That was such a great thing. And we said, we should put a smiley face on this World Bank. Well, turns out we lied because this isn't what the World Bank does. What the World Bank does is offer loans to developing countries that the World Bank knows that these countries will not be able to pay off. And these loans will usually be for the country to produce some goods that the West wants. So they give the country the loan. The country starts producing that goods. And then for this country to pay back the loan is in US dollars. This country cannot print US dollars. And the only way for that country to pay back the loan is by exporting goods at a very cheap price. And what the West ends up getting is very cheap products continuously. Very few of the countries that took loans from the World Bank were able to pay it off. And a lot of these countries become, in effect, just debt slaves to the World Bank, continuously having to produce goods, export them to get enough money to pay back the loan. And when they're unable to pay the loan is renewed with worse terms and sometimes with different concessions, like the US can have a military base in this country or other concessions. So there's a lot of things you can read about this. There's a book by Alex Gladstein, Hidden Repression, How the IMF and World Bank Sell Exploitation as Development. Actually, Alex Gladstein has a lot of videos on YouTube. You can watch a lot of podcasts that are really good, actually. And I think just listening to a few of them, you'll learn a lot more about this. So there's a lot of things with the World Bank that are very shady. They've done a lot of deals with dictators. Actually, making deals with dictators makes the most sense because a dictator doesn't care about the people. They just care about being in power. And the World Bank has made deals with some of the worst people and the worst dictators. So, unfortunately, the World Bank is not a great institution. It's, if you have a restaurant and somebody comes in with a button-down shirt and tells you, hey, I'm going to give you a loan, I'll offer you protection, you're in trouble. It's the same thing with the World Bank. They show up at your door with a fat loan, you're in trouble a little bit. So unfortunately, this is only possible because of the fiat regime, because when they take a loan in a money that they cannot print and in a money they have to buy on the open market, in a currency they have to buy and they have to acquire. Usually these countries, nobody wants their currency, so they cannot really buy US dollars with it. They have to export things to get US dollars. And it just puts them in a situation where they are debt slaves forever. Now, another impact of the fiat regime is the impact it has on all of us, on society. If we use a form of money that loses value, that depreciates, that's a perishable good that we have to use very quickly, it makes us focus on the short term. It makes us a short-term based society. We start having a high time preference by force, meaning we prefer the now over the future. Because the now is the only thing we can afford with this money. It's not going to last until the future. Compare this to having sound money that we know is good for the future. Then our time preference is going to be by choice. Maybe somebody wants to save, maybe somebody doesn't. But when your money goes bad so quickly, you better spend it sooner. And we becomes, as a society, short-term based, which isn't good. It's known that delayed gratification in almost everything yields to better results for society. It's a personal choice, honestly. If somebody wants to live for the now, they should. And if somebody wants to delay gratification, they also should have the option to do that. But when you have a money that is continuously debased, then the society as a whole is forced to live short term. So this has a lot of impacts, and it also has a lot of impacts on self-worth. You know, if you work and you have a little bakery, you make muffins in the morning, if you earn silver coins or gold coins or some form of sound money, then you're happy, because when you get that money, it has value, it's worth something. And your work is worth something. Seeing people in the morning, making them happy, making them smile before they go to work, is something, is good. And the value that your money holds tells you that. It conveys that to you. But when you get paid in paper currency, that completely loses value, that you cannot use, you cannot afford anything with. It tells you something about yourself and your work. It tells you that it's not worth anything really, which is not true. But that money gets you that feeling. So there's a lot of other impacts from using fiat money and using money that is a perishable good. When you don't own your money, then you're not really free. And when somebody else owns your money, then that money can be used as a system of control. So I'm going to give an example here about something that happened in Canada, but that's just because I live in Canada. So that's what comes to mind. So in Canada, for example, during the pandemic, we had a protest called the Freedom Convoy, where truckers went to the Capitol and they protested. Now, this is just an example. It's not a discourse is not political. So if this issue, for example, is political to you, just imagine another issue. Imagine that the people protesting were for something you want, and the state or the government at that moment had the opposite view. We're just using it as an example to see what the state can do. Now, in this situation, with this protest, what the state did or the government did is they enacted an Emergencies Act that enabled them to block the bank accounts of protesters. But not only that, they were able to block any money that protesters were receiving through GoFundMe or other centralized apps. But not only that, they threatened to block the accounts of people supporting them. Here, one woman had her bank account frozen for buying a t-shirt in support. Now, why this is important is because they ended up going to court after the fact. So the bank accounts were frozen, but later on, they went to court. And in court, the judge ruled that this was illegal, that actually this violated the Canadian Charter of Freedoms and Rights. So the state did something that's illegal. But they had already done it. The damage was done. They did block the bank accounts, and then even though that was something that was illegal. Now, this is only possible with money that the state can control. And in this situation, the money we have is very close to be completely state-controlled. Yes, there are a few layers that they have to go through, some banks, some centralized companies, But that's not hard to do. How it's supposed to work, the state, when they want to do something, they have to go to court first. And if the court finds that they're right, then they can do that thing. But they cannot do it first and go to court later, which is what they did here. And it ended up that they did something illegal. So here, this only happens because the money we used is controlled in a way by the state. So now, this is just a small example, but if you live in another country, in a different country, where it's maybe not democratic, well, money is used as a system of control. It's used to block the accounts of opposition. It's used to block the account of news providers that do not agree with the person in power. So money is used as a system of control worldwide when it's money that is centralized, that can be controlled. Now, this causes a very big problem because as individuals, the relationship we have with the state, the social contract we have, where we give away some of our power as individuals to live in society. We let the state have this power, but we have to trust that the state uses this power correctly and does not become tyrannical in a way. But that is the social contract. Now, with the social contract, it works because we fund the state or the government with taxes. So if the government becomes tyrannical, we can stop paying taxes. Now, the environment where we live in now is an environment where taxation actually does not matter because the state has control over money. So it does not matter if we pay taxes or not. The government can fund itself through debasement of the currency we use. Taxation helps in controlling inflation, but other ways could be used to control inflation as well. Now, this is a problem because if the state becomes tyrannical in any way, then there is absolutely no way for the people to rise up because their money is completely controlled. You would not be able to go and use your card to buy something from down the block. Or maybe you could only use it in a specific location or proximity. So it's not good for freedom and for society because it's important that people are free and can dissent if we have a functioning and growing society. So who watches the Watchmen and this relationship between state and individual? For this relationship to be of good nature, money cannot be controlled by the state. It should be controlled by no one, really. Also, it's private property. Your money is the ultimate private property. If you do not own it, then somebody else owns you by owning that money. Owning one's work, owning the fruits of your labor. You work for this money. If somebody owns it, that person owns you. So money should really not be owned by anybody. Now, another point is, at the end of the day, when you live and you work, the work you do, the claim it gives you on somebody else's work, is your vote in life. That's how you vote in life, and you have your little impact on where humanity goes. Some people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or people who've made a lot of money, they've made so much money. They have so much resources that they can direct, that they can shape in a way where humanity goes. When they die, they can look back and say, I've nudged humanity in that direction because they were able to allocate these resources in that direction. Now, for you and I, who do not have that type of money, we have a small amount, well, that small amount is our vote on where humanity goes. No matter how small it is, the work you've done, you expend some of it for food, for shelter, for necessities, and then the rest you spend towards different things. You might buy an electric car, and if you do, that means you nudged the world a little bit in that direction. Very small, but that's your impact. And if you decide to use some of the other funds for something you care about, whatever it is, that's your vote. But when the state debases money to such an extent that you're only left to be able to provide for your necessities, and they direct those funds to where they want, then you do not even matter. You do not even have a vote in the end, because that vote was directed through central planning. If the state decides that they want to give incentives for electric cars, then they took that decision away from you, and they've decided it for everybody. They took a little bit of everybody's voting power and they directed it, which, if you are a free individual, at the end, you want to matter, and you can only matter by being able to direct the fruits of your labor. So where do we go from here? Where is money headed? So there are currently two paths that are being discussed. One of these paths is CBDCs. These are central bank digital currencies. So digital currencies, meaning they're fully digital, non-physical, and central bank, meaning that they are issued and controlled by the central bank. So using this type of money would mean that the credits you have that you can use would be credits that are stored on the ledger of the central bank, so on their server, and they would have control over that ledger. Now, a lot of people or a lot of states, governments say, oh no, we're not doing CBDCs, it's not in the plans. But really, unless we have another form of money, it's kind of inevitable that we get to there. First of all, because we're using less and less cash. So if you look at the usage of cash, it's constantly going down, and that the speed at which it's going down is accelerating. So it's only understandable that at one point we wouldn't use cash, because actually cash is not very efficient. It's not useful to use. Even though right now, if you can, you should use as much cash as possible, because you can still have privacy with cash, something that you cannot have when using credit cards or cards that go through central institutions. But it's inevitable that we completely stop using cash. And with time, the banking sector is becoming more and more concentrated. After each financial crash, there's less banks and there's bigger banks, more connected to the state. So we are approaching CBDCs. Now, CBDCs would probably happen when there's a crisis. The implementation of CBDCs would not just happen like this. Something needs to happen for us to have change in money like this, in this way. When the state implements something that people wouldn't want in under regular circumstances, they do that in situations where it's needed. For example, a situation where this could happen would be something like the recent pandemic. In Canada, for example, here, you could apply to get money every month, and that money would come directly to your bank account. So something that could happen in the future if there's another pandemic or something, well, the state can ask you to download a Federal Reserve app, and through that app, you will get 2,000 Federal Reserve coins. And those coins would only be usable for groceries, for example. And in moments like this, people would implement that, and it would be easy to implement. I mean, in Canada, we implemented that. We implemented different apps for different things. So it's easy to implement in moments like that. So this is how it would potentially happen. Now, the reason why there's a risk of this happening is because, in the same way that us as individuals, we're in debt and we live in an in-debt society. And when you live in an in-debt society, you have to be very careful because you always have to produce revenue to pay off the debt. So you need to have a lot of control. And you can't forget that the state itself is the institution that is the most in debt. So the state itself needs to control things as much as it can control. It needs to control the spending of people for inflation. It needs to control when they spend more or spend less. And CBDCs are programmable money. It enables a finer level of control. It can enable people to spend, to have money that is programmable, where if they spend money on something specific, maybe they cannot spend the money on that same thing within the same week or within the same month. So it's more granular. It gives more control. And then also the state becomes involved in every transaction. So there is no more privacy, which again here, we don't want to, privacy and secrecy are different. Secrecy is when you don't want anybody to know. Privacy is when you get to choose who you tell. So I would like to be private about my transactions. I would like to only tell the people I tell. I don't need to tell the state about it. And by using CBDCs, then the state would be involved in every single transaction, and there would be no privacy at all. So from a user's perspective, CBDCs are extremely scary because then we would have absolutely no control over our money. And this form of money would be an ultimate system of control. And it would be even more programmable and more controllable. Now, from the state's perspective, these are benefits for the states. These are things the state would want. The state itself, being highly in debt, wants to have more granular control of money and how we use our own money. So this is one of the paths that money can take. And in my opinion, it's a scary path.
So welcome to the second half of this class, during which we're going to introduce and explore the solution to the previous problems we've seen about money. So the third part, called Introducing Bitcoin, during which we're going to explore what Bitcoin is and what problem it actually solves, the problem of money. Bitcoin aims to be the ideal money, the history of Bitcoin, how it was introduced, and what are the rules of Bitcoin, how it actually works. In the last part, we'll also explore how Bitcoin exists as a decentralized network. That's kind of a unique thingy that is not very common within the kind of organizations, products, services we interact with. So it has a specific way to develop and evolve. And we'll explore that in the third section of this part. So we'll first start by an intro that aims at introducing the context that actually led to something like Bitcoin, the ideal money. So we'll start this part with a short skit from SNL, Saturday Night Live, by Dan Aykroyd. So this skit was done in 1977, which is about 6 years since Nixon closed the gold window that you explored in the previous part. And it aims at showing that people actually knew what was going to happen because of inflation. So let's just watch this. It's not very long, and we'll add some comment to explain how people thought about inflation, because this is a critical point in the history of money where we move from a money that was not constantly inflated because it had to remain attached to the reserves of gold, of a commodity money, to an era, the fiat money era, which we live in right now, that is very special. It wasn't the case. It was never like this before in the history of humanity, during which money is not attached to anything and can grow in amounts of currencies as much as the central emitter desires.
Inflation is our friend. For example, consider this. In the year 2000, if current trends continue, the average blue-collar annual wage in this country will be $568,000. Think what this inflated world of the future will mean. Most Americans will be millionaires. Everyone will feel like a big shot. Wouldn't you like to own a $4,000 suit and smoke a $75 cigar, drive a $600,000 car? I know I would. But what about people on fixed incomes? They have always been the true victims of inflation. That's why I will present to Congress the Inflation Maintenance Program, whereby the U.S. Treasury will make up any inflation-caused losses through direct tax rebates to the public in cash. Now, you may say, won't that cost a lot of money? Won't that increase the deficit? Sure it will. But so what? We'll just print more money. We have the papers, we have the mints. I can just call up the Bureau of Engraving and say, hi, this is Jimma. Roll off some of them 20s. Print up a couple of thousand sheets of those century notes. Sure, the glut of dollars will cause even more inflation, but who cares? Everybody will be a millionaire.
So, as you can see in this video, it was quite clear to everyone that allowing the state to print as many units of currency as they desire would at some point lead to inflation. And they had some ideas about how much things would cost in the year 2000. It was because before this, the cost of things, the price of things was pretty stable. There were some short times during which the price went up because of inflation, but that was mostly during wars, World War I, World War II, and it was called the war economy. It wasn't a normal situation. But after 1971, when the government, Nixon, simply decided that the US would separate the US dollars from the gold window, then the state could print as many units of currency as it wants. And that was the beginning of the permanent war economy, which we're still in right now. And as you can see here, Dan Aykroyd, who's playing the role of the president, clearly understands the relation between prices of things, the inflation of prices, prices of food, of a car, of a suit, things like that, and the amount of units, the amount of currency, the units of currency that actually exist in the economy. There is a clear link between these two that is obvious to him and to everyone listening to this sketch, because people are laughing at this. So they are only laughing if it actually makes sense. This is a very interesting thing to notice, because you'll see that today economists have a hard time relating these two things, the inflation in the amount of units of currency and the inflation of prices. There's always a reason for inflation, which is not the amount of money printed by the state. It's because of the war in Ukraine. It's because of some supply chain issue. It's because of the Suez Canal that was closed or something, but it's never because of the money that was printed. In 1977, it seemed like it was pretty obvious to everyone why inflation of prices, the cost of things, went up. In the next video, what we're going to watch is Friedrich Hayek, who is a very important economist who worked on Austrian economics and different types of economy. And he's basically summarizing in a few short sentences the history of money at the point this video was recorded, which is in 1984. So money went through several states. We had like 4, maybe 5 different versions of money. The first one was barter, that was explored in this class. The second one is commodity-based money. The third one was precious metals, gold and silver. And the last one is fiat credit money. And then after that state, money does not evolve anymore. It's captured by the state, and it's the money we have today. It's not allowed to evolve anymore because the state finds a convenient usage of a money that it can emit. So in this video, Friedrich Hayek is clearly explaining this, and he's explaining, he's at toward the end, he died in 1992, but he's toward the end of his career, and he's desperate for a solution. He does not know what the solution could be to solve this conundrum that money is stuck in. And he says the only way to go out of this is if we are given, or if we find something specific.
See, the great trouble is the money wasn't allowed to develop further. After 200 or 300 years of coins, all governments put their hands and stopped any further developments. You were not allowed to experiment on it. Money hasn't been improved. Money has rather become worse in the course of time. Government said it must not develop any further. And what we have had since in development were matters of government inventions, mostly wrong, mostly abuses of money. And I have come to the position of asking, has monetary policy ever done any good? I don't think it has. I think it has done only harm. And that's why I'm now pleading for what I've called denationalization of money. I don't believe that we shall ever have a good money again before we take the thing out of the hands of government. And we can't take them violently out of the hands of government. All we can do is, by some sly roundabout way, introduce something they can't stop.
So in this video, there's a few interesting points. The first one is that Friedrich Hayek understands that the money is captured by the state. The state is the emitter of the money. They have a monopoly over the money. No one can counterfeit or propose the different types of money. You cannot choose what the money you want to use is. You have to use the state's money. It's the only thing accepted to pay your taxes. And we're stuck in this system. And he's also highlighting that after his very long career in economy that's recognized as an important one, he believes that state interventions in the monetary policy, so when the state decides to print more money, raise interest rates, things like that, might actually never had a good impact on anything. So in his opinion, all of that is not good and should be stopped, but there is no way to stop it. And he's pleading for something, the denationalization of money, which is basically the separation of money and the state. The same way at some point in history for several governments, nations, religion was separated from the state. And what he's saying here is that we have to find a way to separate the money from the state. It's our only hope to allow money to evolve and to allow the economy to develop better, further than it had until now. But he sees no way to do that because we cannot do that violently. So the only solution we have is that maybe by some sly or roundabout way, so in some unexpected way, find a way to introduce something that they cannot stop. So this something is a new type of money, but it's a money that cannot be stopped by the state. If you try tomorrow to print your own dollar bills, the state will stop you. If you try to pay everyone with palladium, the state will stop you because you're not allowed to make your own money. Only the state can produce money. But what Friedrich Hayek is proposing here is that although the state can't stop you, we need a way to introduce something they cannot stop. And then maybe he has hope for money. So this introduction gives you the context of how things are. In 2008, which is where we'll actually start the next video, all of this has been happening for 30, 40 years. And there are consequences, it seems like. These consequences are the great financial crisis of 2008, the subprime crisis that you probably know about. And in 2008, something that changed the game happened. So I have a short video that introduces that, and I won't explain everything that is shown in that video because that is the point of this section. That is the point of this part. We're going to introduce this thing, the sly or roundabout way that they cannot stop, which is Bitcoin, in the remainder of this section. But all of this is the context that brought us to the next step, which is what's happening in 2008.
The year is 2008. An epic worldwide financial crisis threatens to destroy the entire global economy. It is known as the Great Financial Crisis. The world's governments and banks are unable to prevent it. At best, they manage to postpone the consequences, but worsen them in the process. Mass destruction looms in the air. Against this backdrop, seemingly out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appears. He calls himself Satoshi Nakamoto, but we never see his face, and we never hear his voice, because there is no actual individual named Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto is a disguise, an online persona. The real person behind this identity is able to keep his actual identity secret, just like superheroes in the comics. Nobody asked for him to appear or to provide any help. Nobody knew he existed. Nobody knows his true identity. Yet, out of nowhere, he shows up, and he brings with him an invention which he calls Bitcoin. He explains this invention's workings in a short, flawlessly written document. In this paper, he also presents a solution to a problem that mathematicians and computer scientists claimed could not be solved. They had proven that it could not be solved. Yet, despite the theoretical impossibility of solving this problem, Nakamoto provides a solution that does work in practice. And it is an essential part of how his invention functions. The invention itself works as a new form of money, unlike any that came before it. It is an intangible, yet incorruptible money, ruled by no person, no institution, no company, and no government. It is rules without any rulers. For a couple of years, the mysterious Satoshi maintains the system, evangelizes the idea, and finds volunteers to run and tweak it alongside him. And then, poof, quietly, he simply disappears. It's an exit with no fanfare, not even an announcement. He merely leaves, eventually sending a final email to one developer saying he has moved on to other things and that Bitcoin is in good hands. He is never heard from again.
So the problem of taking money out of the hands of the government was known. The problem of inflation and the consequences of the government or state's ability to print as many units of currency as they want was also known. No one could figure out a way to solve this because of some technical limitations that we'll explore, because of a problem that everyone thought cannot be solved. And then in 2008, while the greatest financial crisis was happening, the subprime crisis, someone was actually working on a solution this whole time. That person's nickname is Satoshi Nakamoto, and they delivered the solution, Bitcoin. So during this class, we're going to explore what Bitcoin is, how it works, and how it solves these problems, and what are the consequences of having such a tool available today.
Thank you so much for watching the first 5 hours of this 16-hour course. If you're interested in watching the remaining 11 hours, you can register to the full course using the link below in the description. The full course is available on Udemy, and by using the link below, you'll be able to register at the lowest price that Udemy enables for this course. At the time of recording this, it's $15, so it's $15 for the full course. Now, that being said, the remaining part of this course is really centered around Bitcoin and understanding Bitcoin. And understanding Bitcoin from all different perspectives. Understanding Bitcoin as money, understanding Bitcoin as a financial asset, understanding the relationship between Bitcoin and energy, understanding Bitcoin's security and its design, and also understanding Bitcoin's technicals, knowing how it works under the hood, because it's only by really understanding how it works that you can understand all of these different things. And then, practical applications, how to buy, how to store, how to secure Bitcoin, how to transact with Bitcoin, and also answering some of the common misconceptions or fears surrounding Bitcoin that are often just due to a misunderstanding of how Bitcoin works. And then we really explored that question of, can Bitcoin be the next form of money we use? Now, if this seems interesting to you, please register, and we'll see you in the remaining part of this course.